Hello and welcome to another edition of Northeast Kansas Old World of Darkness. So tonight we have a scene taking place somewhere near Kansas State University, where Austin, new kid on the block, sorcerer on the block, I should say, shift at Starbucks, taking off his apron, going out. He's got a coffee, from the the counter bottle, and then he's sitting at a table reading right now. A very big, very boring looking textbook about English literature. He's just kind of sitting at a table. He's got a very, I would say, nice, outfit. It's kind of just a student's outfit, slacks with white, button up, sleeves, shirt sleeves, and a little jacket on. And he's just kind of sitting in the corner, reading, looking up occasionally when people walk by that interest him.
You'll probably see this very colorful dressed young man. He walks up to the counter. You can probably see the limo pull off in the distance. He basically says it pretty loud, so you probably still hear him. He says, "I would like a Tivana, citrus mint. I'll brew it myself." He gets his drink and then sits down, puts on some his reading glasses, and starts reading a book as well.
I'll hop in. Zach comes in. You see this guy. He seems a tiny bit disheveled, but for the most part, he just seems like this guy who's maybe had a rough night, fallen asleep. He has a beard. He has a tan skin. And is wearing a black pants and a black shirt with a backpack. He goes in. He simply orders and gets a black coffee. And then notices sky. And then he just kind of walks over and says, "Oh, hey, Sky. Didn't think you'd be here."
How are you?
A little bit tired, but other than that, pretty okay.
I will also walk in. I also look pretty grungy myself.
I kind of look. Oh,
I look pretty grungy myself. Looks like I had a rough night last night. And I order I order something with coffee in it. And I go sit down next to Sky and give him a nod.
"Oh, hello," Sky says, joking.
hey man, you feeling better?
Yeah, whatever they did, really helped. Freezing just got down.
I'm sorry, what happened?
I got punched by One Punch Man.
Yeah,
Oh.
guy punched him so hard in the face. Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Well. By the way, did you get my text?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just seems like a really interesting place to go. I didn't want to go alone because the friends she had, or I assume were her friends, they were a little creepy, but she herself seemed pretty normal, so I figure it would be fine just to go to the concert.
Is it today? I heard that they were. I kind of saw last night that they were setting up a tent for King's Brewery, or somebody correct me here.
Yeah, it's King's character.
Yeah.
out of character, it would depend on Julia, because Julia would be like the person up there, so we would have to have her. So I don't know. Probably not today though, because Sean's internet.
Yeah.
I don't think it's today. But I have the business card here, so I could probably figure out soon.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's connected to anything, but I know there's an event going on at Gage Park.
Oh yeah, that's no. Could you tell me what it is? I'm sorry, I don't really keep up with these things.
I'll turn to Zach and say, "You want to get this one?"
Well, basically, the King's Brewery at Gage Park. It's to the west in Topeka. They seem to just be having this little event going down, setting up grills. I think it might be for Pride today.
Well, at this point, a police officer would come in and he'd order, a cup of coffee and a one of their, like coffee cake things they've got there at Starbucks.
Chris, side chat.
Before, going to go sit at one of the tables and immediately propping one of his feet up on the table.
Sky pretty much is like staring at him.
He just kind of shakes his head as he's drinking his coffee. He just kind of has his eyes closed, leaning back in the chair.
I'll kind of just slouch in my chair and kind of hide my face behind my cup.
Sky probably noticing this will like turn to you and be like, "Do you know him? I mean, hello."
At which point I'll kind of just mutter, "Yes, I do know him. He's my roommate."
Your roommate? Introduce me.
I'll kind of just groan. Stand up. Put my cup down. I'll have this look of utter loathing on my face. And I'll, motion you over to the officer and say, "Officer Cody, this is Sky Olmsted. Sky, this is Officer Cody."
It's nice to meet you.
It's Officer Carver.
My bad. I would have said Carver, not Cody. I would have said Carver.
He'll hand out his hand for a handshake. It's nice to meet you, Officer Carver.
And he'll set down his coffee and give you a handshake.
You can tell that he's kind of like blushing a little bit, like my character. He's like, Appearance sake, my character probably would be like that. So, you an actual officer, or is that just for show? He says, like winking at him.
He'll gesture to the badge on his hip. I'm an actual officer.
Oh, okay.
Chris, side chat.
Well, by the way, you might have heard of me. Have you ever went to one of my spas? Olmsted spas?
The man at the other table looks up from his book, looks at the group. And he's got like a very fixed expression on his face. And he just kind of looks down back at the book. He just kind of when he looked at the group and then looks back down at his book.
Fortunately, my character isn't really paying attention right now. So.
Oh, by the way, my character will take off, realize he just left them on because he was staring at Officer Carver. He'll take off his glasses and just kind of put them in a case. Sorry, I just need those for reading.
I don't know why you're explaining yourself to me.
I don't know why I'm explaining myself to you either. He says, kind of like putting his hand on his head. He looks over at Caleb and he has like pleading eyes, like, "Oh my God, this is terrible."
And Officer Carver will pop open his coffee and dunk his coffee cake in the coffee before taking a bite out of it.
So I think I'm just going to sit down. He'll walk back over to the table, sit down, and like the look of disappointment is just radiating around him.
You gonna be okay, man?
I made a fool of myself.
And you gotta play the fool before you can become the Empress, or whatever the heck the philosophy would say. Emperor, yeah, that's it.
I guess this happens to people who are way out of your league.
So, since Sky left, Carver will look at Caleb. So one of these days, I'm going to have to teach you how to take a punch.
I'll kind of just, lick my teeth, my incisors, and be like, yeah, that would be nice.
Yeah, he'll go back to eating his coffee cake.
Best laid plans of mice and men. That's what that was.
Austin, at this point, just looks up at the group. He's got the same very fixed expression on his face. Looks around and nods his head to the officer and says, "Good day, officer. I trust you're enjoying your stay here at our business." He's got a very toneless, his voice doesn't give out any emotion.
It's definitely suiting its purpose for now.
I'm glad. He nods, goes back to his. He doesn't really go back to his book. He kind of puts a bookmark in his book, stands up, kind of walks elegantly over to the group, looks down at the group. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Well, I would presume the sky and the ceiling, and many other things besides.
Ah,
Looks like I can't use
Sky
that.
just kind of looks up and just kind of goes,
you're one of those guys. Well, I'll stick up my hand and say, "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Caleb."
He'll shake your hand. He's got a very firm grasp. It's not particularly strong, but it's definitely firm. Austin Walsh. I thought I might come along and meet the group, since you are making a very noticeable scene.
I hope we're not disturbing anybody too much.
Of course not.
I mean, I wouldn't want the parole officer here to put us in handcuffs. I think he would enjoy that too much.
Sky, like, his eyes perk up when you say that, and then he looks back down.
You can tell I was joking.
Even still, he probably looked up and did this like little smile and looked back down. He's
Well, I do hope all of you are enjoying your coffee, and he looks over at what Sky's drinking. Tea.
yeah.
Amanda sometimes forgets the ingredients, silly girl.
My character looks like he might just break out laughing, but he's truly trying hard not to.
My character just kind of, his jaw drops and he just gives you like a look. Like, it's not like a dirty look, but he's just like, I can't believe you just said that to me.
I just sip my coffee.
I like you. Why don't you take a seat with us?
Very well. I have nowhere to be. And he just sits down very plainly. His face the whole time didn't change. Like, it's had that very same, just calm, expressionless look on his face the whole time.
You about to play a game of poker here or something? Why do you look so serious?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Press side chat.
I don't know, he just seems serious, and that's all. Anything going on?
I am fine.
Yeah, that's good to hear. So what were you reading there?
And he holds up a book. It's Shakespeare's Unknown Gems.
Oh.
I had to read this for school. It's quite the interesting read.
You found that in the university library?
Yes.
I might actually want to read that.
His general emotion is calm.
Okay. So his aura is mostly blue with, you know, the occasional, like, blotches of other colors mixed in. Like,
Okay.
multiple different other colors.
What did one get me?
One's not even enough to see colors.
I know that, but
So one,
I think with one you see like what the brightness is or how.
yeah, that's just enough for shade, which is it looks like an aura.
okay.
It's an aura. Looks like a people aura. Actually, it looks like you only have. How high is your awareness?
1.
Yeah, you don't have enough awareness to even see auras, because that takes 3.
Oh, okay. Oh wait. Oh, you were scanning aura.
Yeah.
Oh. I was just like sizing him up pretty much, like seeing like.
Wouldn't his, Chris, wouldn't his aura have like a little extra like rainbow colors in it?
Yeah, it actually states that for full-blown changelings, they've got, you know, basically a plethora of colors in it in their aura, which as a
Gotcha.
it's lessened. So you've just got like basically blotches of other colors in your aura.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if that was what you were going with for that.
Yeah. Yep.
Gotcha.
I'm going to do something else again, and I'm just going to. I'm assuming there's a barista behind the counter, Chris, right?
There better be.
Yeah.
In her ass if she's not behind the counter.
I'm doing the same thing on her. 7 successes. I see everything.
Damn.
Wow.
Grr. Rar. Sorry, call dropped again.
It happens.
Basically, the Brisa's aura would be...
How new is she, Chris? Also. Random question, but it's kind of important. Well, not really important. Important for the reading.
I don't know. She's probably mostly calm/bored.
Okay, so she's pretty well trained. Got it. But I don't see the splotches in her aura, right?
Right.
I'll kind of just go, huh. Okay.
But generally, when there's splotches of colors, generally those are underlying emotions. So technically, even with 7 successes, you would still see like there's the occasional flickers of other colors of like thoughts that are crossing her mind.
But nothing as intense as Austin's.
He could still be having like intense emotions underneath his calm exterior.
Yeah, it'd be more like he's suppressing emotions, almost. Like he's feeling those a bunch of different emotions, but is suppressing them.
Because even with the example they use for Judge's Wisdom, Vulcans still feel emotions. They just suppress them.
Yeah.
Incredibly well.
Ugh.
So many rolls.
Sorry, I'm trying to get a judge of Austin because this dude is being super stoic. I'm trying to figure out why. I mean, nothing to be alerty on, which is why I haven't thrown the telepathy at him yet. But
oh, you want to throw telepathy? Oh, that would be good.
No! I didn't do that.
I was gonna say, if you do that, it'll be great.
You'll bind me in another fucking oath.
I'm just an innocent bystander. I did nothing wrong.
I am not part of this.
I'm just
I don't
enjoying my
know any of these
coffee.
people.
They're just acquaintances. I barely know them. Officer.
Okay.
Would by spec and perception? Yeah, well, no, it would not count because I'm not being careful, per se.
Like stealthy, like if you're stealthing and you're trying not to make noise, that would probably be under careful.
See, I went whenever for my other character I went perception alert. That's her spec, so like that would apply because she's very alert to emotions.
Yeah. So I know what I'm seeking 3 XP on.
So
empathy,
he was,
man?
yeah, perk empathy on Austin.
I don't know. How would that interact with the I'm stoic as fuck merit?
Probably that the joys of reading someone with basically the perfect poker face. So reading the emotion, so 3 successes on perk empathy. Yeah, it's like reading someone with a perfect poker face at a poker game. Like a professional poker player.
Like he hides his emotions so well you can't even read a slight change in his face.
Okay. At which point I'll kind of just pipe up and say, "Is everything all right, man?"
He just looks over. I'm perfectly fine.
Nothing. I just get these weird vibes sometimes when whenever somebody's sick or trying to, stuff like that. You ever get that odd Ouija feeling?
Occasionally, yes.
Okay. Just I thought I would ask.
He nods.
Sky just goes, awkward.
He just kind of looks over at Sky and says, "If it was awkward, you didn't need to point it out."
He has a point.
But if I point out it's awkward, then it gets even more awkward, and that's the best.
His face, even though his face remains impassive, you get the feeling like he's got this look in his eyes. It's not really. It's this look of just, oh, you're one of those.
I'm judging you. I'm judging you.
Yeah,
Hey,
basically
it's
what that
called
sounds
Judge's
like.
wisdom, pretty much.
It's so cool. I mean, I'm sometimes awkward. Kind of getting back to real, civvy life. It's kind of difficult.
Sky just shrugs and
quite
rolls an eye.
here.
Sorry, you two were both talking at the same time.
Sorry. Sky just shrugs and rolls his eyes is what I said.
Okay. And what did Austin say?
He just said, "Yes, it can be quite interesting."
Yeah. Usually guys in the field tend to hide their emotions and try and be as stoic as all get out, but a lot's boiling underneath. It had to be usually it was a sign that something was going on under the surface, That's why I asked.
He nods. "Your concern is noted and appreciated." And yes, it does sound that robot-y.
So, what do you like to do for fun around here?
He kind of blinks at you twice and then says, "Depends. I usually like to read, write occasionally. Nothing good, though."
Nothing good? So you don't have fun doing it?
I didn't say I didn't have fun. I just said I'm not particularly good at it.
Oh. Well,
Oh, don't put yourself down. You probably are amazing.
No, I am not very good at it, but I enjoy it nonetheless.
Oh, you can only get better by practicing, right? Perfect
This is true.
practice makes perfect, right?
He nods.
Sky looks at you and says, I didn't know that you could perfectly practice, but you can always just practice.
I think that's Officer Carver's philosophy.
Practice makes perfect.
I don't know how you can do perfect practice makes perfect.
It's something I picked up in while going through the DEP program.
Practice makes perfect. Practice, which makes perfect. Oh, shebang.
Yeah, perfect practice makes perfect. Yep. DEP school.
Practice makes perfect practice, which makes perfect.
Sky just kind of gives you this look and just kind of stares at you for a second like, perfect practice makes perfect? And he just kind of like shakes his head and just like, I don't, okay.
I'd just say just try your best and see how that goes.
I'm with him. He points over at your character, Ziggy. I can't remember his name.
It's Zach.
You need an overlay.
I do, but I couldn't find a face claim for him, so
Yeah.
there's nothing for now.
So, who's your favorite character out of the Shakespearean story? I want to say novels, but that's not right. Plays.
Shit, why'd you have to ask me this question? I don't know Shakespeare IRL. He just goes, I'm trying to think.
I like Puck. He's a very interesting character.
He nods. Yes, it was quite a interesting story to read. I'm assuming you're just not pulling my leg out of character.
Midsummer's Night's Dream.
Okay.
Out of character.
Okay.
Yeah, come on now. Midsummer's Night. Agreement's all about gay people. Come on now, everyone loves
Yeah.
it.
I'll just nod and say, yes, that was quite an interesting tale. I must admit I am partial to the play Hamlet, however. It is ever so refreshing to have tales that don't end nicely in this day and age.
Well, if I remember from high school correctly, there were 3 types of plays that Shakespeare put out, and it sounds like you like the tragedies.
So
That would
you're
be a
more
correct
of a
assessment.
you're more of a Romeo and Juliet type, like the romance, but not a happy ending.
I would not say that. The play was acceptable. However, the blown out of proportion romance aspect is annoying, to say the least.
What would you say your favorite genre is?
He looks over at Zach and says, tragedy would be high on my list. I don't think I found one that I could definitively say is my favorite, however.
See, while the classics are great, I kind of like stories like The Hunger Games and stuff that is more modern.
I'll kind of just look at you and say, that's another tragedy.
So
The thing is, a lot of the stuff writers write today is based off of, is built upon the stuff that's been built in the past. I guess Shakespeare is a big figure because he came up with a lot of interesting ideas, and his plays were very popular. And because they were popular, other writers that were coming up decided to he influenced their work.
I mean, a lot of his work is just vulgar humor and satires based around the political society at the time.
Which can
This
be
is true.
which can be a very powerful way to get popular.
He says, yes, that is always quite interesting to see when the stuck-up, snooty professors don't know that, and you point out that half of his plays are simply dick jokes hidden in a more rosy language.
I'm surprised that the professors didn't know that.
just like when
Some of them are
Shakespeare,
incompetent.
just like when Shakespeare talks about tools in Romeo and Juliet, Sky rolls his eyes.
I guess I'm more of a. I don't know. I haven't really read a lot of fiction in a long time. I think the last one I read was like this Bionicles book that I read in high school.
You were into Bionicles?
When I was really young, me and my little brother, we would my mom would buy us some sets and we would just play with them all day and during the weekend after we would have some lessons, and we would do a good job.
Huh.
Oh, see, yeah, they were dope.
Oh yeah, I know.
But yeah, those were good times. I remember I didn't read Harry Potter, so I started reading those.
Honestly, I have quite a collection of books that I love to read. My house is decked out with a pretty nice library.
Nice. What kind of books you got going on there? What's some of your favorite?
Well, I do love some classics like some Shakespearean, but I do love Edgar Allan Poe. Surprisingly, I love a lot of dark literature.
That's surprising. That's a very strange juxtaposition to your to your personality as a person.
Well, you can't deny that there's always darkness in the world, but if you have a cheerful personality, then you can make the darkness brighter.
You remind me of those twins from All American Dragon.
I'm sorry, I might have not seen that.
Oh, it's a TV show that they had in Cartoon Network a while ago. Watched it as a kid. There was twins. One could see all the good that could happen to you, and she was dark and goth. And one could see all the negative that could happen to you. And she was bright, bubbly, and cheerful. And the explanation for the personalities was if you could always see the positive that was going to happen to somebody and happen in the world, it kind of became the norm. While on the other hand, if you could only see the negative things that were going to happen to a person, you could either be absorbed by the negativity or you could be the opposite and try and be the light in the darkness, so to speak.
You have to be careful with that, though, because sometimes a cheery demeanor can perhaps get you into worse off situations than you might be. Plus, you stand out more.
Yeah, but that's true against anything as well.
Sure.
Honestly,
And also,
my real reason for becoming a and he'll like lean in at a whisper, sorcerer, was because of my brother.
Oh, God damn it. Okay.
did I would I've heard that, or was that just us? Steven.
It like he says it like quiet as a whisper, but like just to you guys at the table, yeah.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I need to actually double check what this roll is really quick before I roll anything. I think I know what the roll is, but I got to double check. Okay, never mind. I don't have the dots I need for this. So he just looks over at the sky and says, "You should be more careful."
You've never heard of Wiccans?
He looks over to the other one and says, "Yes, but still, talking about things like that in such a state like this is always a bad idea."
I don't disagree.
Hey.
My brother always tells me that too. I don't know.
Flighty?
That's a word for it.
Okay, this is going to be really hard to pull off, but I'm going to try it.
Do I need to make another perception awareness roll?
It says you can't detect this unless I botch the roll.
Okay.
Okay, one success.
So he's just going to very lightly reach out and kind of, with his mind, and just kind of see if Sky has any mental issues. See if he can feel that.
Well, if you
Stuff like he's emotionally messed up or anything.
you can tell that he has a lot of like scars, but it doesn't really mess with him like physically. Like,
Well, it's not. I can't tell anything physical. This is all mental. It's telepathy. He's
okay,
basically
yeah.
reading your emotion and seeing if you have any like emotional like stuff screwing with you.
You
Because he's
can
worried.
tell that he can get he's maybe nervous, but like that's all I can really describe it.
So really, he just kind of gets this impression of nervousness from you.
Like he has this sense of nervousness about him.
Yeah. Maybe you can't. So the ones that I was reading this from, you couldn't tell if somebody used telepathy, and then this one says you doesn't say. So let me check with these people, because I want to skew you guys out of your like roles if you need to make them. He's just genuinely kind of worried about Sky because
I personally don't trust the Anarch place.
Yeah, that's why
They tend to pull it from like second ed info.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not generally accurate.
Yeah, so they did have it straight from the book. It was the other set, I guess, that had. It was the subnet that said that you couldn't tell.
Yeah, because out of character, I didn't see telepathy in the Hunter's Hunted book at all.
Yeah.
I got it from
And
Sorcerer Revised.
Sorcerer Revised, which doesn't specify, so it means you can.
Yep. So you guys can go ahead and roll for that.
The subnet pulled it from Hunter's Hunted 1, which is a seconded book.
Gotcha.
So I got 2 successes to detect your magic.
Okay. Well, it's not really magic. He just kind of reaches out and touches Sky's mind. He doesn't like send anything through. He just kind of touches it very lightly.
But
Yeah.
Chris, does that mean
Still
I can
gets the woogly.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
4 successes.
Still getting the woogly coming from the table. The problem is when you've got a clusterfuck of people in one place, good luck telling who did what.
What's your 4 successes for? I don't see what you said you were rolling.
His
He
4
was rolling
successes was for
awareness.
So I only get the general sense of woogly, Chris.
woogly, and it came from the table. The problem is, it came from a table, and there's a lot of people.
And I just said that I was a sorcerer, so you might think it was me, if anything.
I'm just gonna look left, look right, and I just kind of shake my head.
Right, chat, Chris.
Ooh, that is a good question. Let me check. Let me see if you actually got high enough to share that stuff. Blah, blah, blah.
Sorry, I'm still kind of new. Why would he see sparks?
Oh, it goes
Magic
back.
user.
It goes back.
Magic uses Murad of sparkles in the aura, and you got enough for the patterns, which that's considered a pattern. So yeah, you would actually see the sparkles. Which means
okay, so you saw that.
so you would see the sparkles, so you would know the direction. Well, you would know basically the. Yeah, you would know the source and target. Yeah, you know the source and target.
So I'll kind of just smile and turn and look at my coffee drink, and say, "I see you're no stranger to. I see you're no stranger to us."
Yes, I had to ensure that things were not amiss with this one. Indicates I apologize. I do not know your name. As he indicates Sky with his head.
Cough, cough. Name.
To who, me?
No, he's talking to Caleb, I'm pretty sure.
No, he said
No.
nodding to Sky.
Oh, sorry. I thought I heard you say my name earlier, but my name's Sky Olmsted. You might have heard of my family's spas.
No, I don't believe I have.
That fame too is really working out well for you, isn't it?
I mean, it's fine. Like, I just did it because it made sense.
Yeah. Well, Fame 2, you're only recognized in certain circles.
Yeah.
This
The
isn't
people
a
who
spot on
actually
type.
the people who actually go to the spas, those will be the people who know me.
He just kind of looks you up and down.
You who?
Sky.
Okay.
Yeah, Sky. He just kind of says, Yes, I was a little worried. And then he looks back over to Caleb and says, so I presume you have, and he kind of wiggles his fingers, which looks really funny with the completely deadpan expression on his face. Yeah, like exactly like Chris just did.
These aren't sparkle fingers. These are sparkle fingers. Sorry. And I'll kind of just nod, and say, yeah. I think everyone here is at least knows about it. And you're probing the wrong person, the wrong people, if you're trying to make sure that somebody is mentally sound.
I suppose.
When you say that, Sky kind of does this like side glance over to Zach, but doesn't say anything, and then just looks back.
Well, I can assure you I'm of sound mind and body.
Thank you, Officer Carver.
Sky looks at him and says, "I'm sure you are," and just like he covers his face and turns, not believing that he said that.
If you want to go home with them, you can, Austin. Not Austin. Sky.
Yeah, Austin would love to. Sky just kind of looks at you. His face is beet red because like he flirts, but he doesn't like mean anything. He's like, I'm fine.
Austin blinks again and looks over at Sky, and he's just got this look on his face. Well, not I shouldn't say on his face, in his eyes of just worry me. It is the look on his face.
He just kind of looks at you and says, "It's fine. I have one person watching out for me, but he's not there all the time, but I still have somebody who watches out for me pretty well, and he's enough of a worry for 3 people."
Yeah, I understand that. You probably would not like it if Officer Cody took you home.
Sky just like has this look of panic on his face now. Like he's like, "I'm sorry for joking around. Like I was just playing."
At this point, Austin just takes his bookmark out and starts flipping through his book again.
Sky's gonna go ahead and like just kind of see what the book he's reading, even though it looks kind of boring. He still has like some interest in books, even though he does have a full library. So
Like, what's he looking for?
he's just kind of like glancing in to see the title. Like
I already told you guys the title.
It was Unknown Stories of Shakespeare.
Unknown Stories of Shakespeare? Okay. Then I won't look at it. Oh, by the way, the book that Sky's reading is actually like Harry Potter. Like he's going back and reading Harry Potter. It's just he doesn't read anything that's like too like amazing, but he'll sometimes like read books that are popular.
Mm-hmm. And he's just kind of sitting there reading. He's not really saying anything to anybody.
I kind of look over at Sky's book and say, Harry Potter. It's still better than Twilight.
Sky just kind of gives you this like look, and he says, "Sparkly vampires. Ooh, great."
I remember reading those books I can't believe I fucking wasted my time with that.
You read the whole series?
Yeah, I remember when they were first coming out. And a friend of mine was handing me to read them because he wanted someone to talk about it with her. So I did, and he just shakes his head. That's all he does.
Bella is so stupid. Like,
No,
oh my god.
Look, the story wasn't necessarily bad, and there were some interesting parts, but God, that woman just does not know when to stop explaining what the room looks like. Ah.
I mean, I got personally hung up on how she made the girl act. Like, like seriously? I don't think women act like that.
Sky just shakes his head and kind of like says, and there's plenty more books that are way better. Like, have you heard of The Maze Runner? There's The Chronicles of Narnia. Harry Potter gestures to the book that he's reading.
I mean, the Chronicles of Narnia was written by a Christian and has a whole lot of parallels between the books in the Bible.
Well, that is true, but did you know that he was also he went to school with the same person who wrote The Lord of the Rings?
Oh, is that why the book series is really good?
Mm-hmm.
It's like Lord of the Rings for kids.
Had a character. I drifted off for a minute. Who were we talking about?
We were talking about different book series.
I know that. I was asking who in specific was being referenced there.
Lord of the Rings and basically the Chronicles of Narnia, the two authors.
He looks up and says, yes, you didn't know C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien were close. They even sprinkled references to each other throughout their books.
Sky points at him and he's like, he's got that right.
I haven't read any of Tolkien's books, but I've watched the movies.
Sky kind of shakes his head a little bit and says, well, I haven't read the books either. They explain about one setting for like 50 pages.
The books were quite interesting if you were interested in genealogy and such things. They are quite a good read, but too thick for most people to go through these days.
And that's usually because people just don't got the time, which is a shame, really.
Sky like does this little shake. He shakes his head a little bit and says, well, I mean, well, fiction is great and all. Like, I also have to study for other things. My brother would get mad at me if I didn't do a little bit of training.
What do you have to train for?
Oh, he does like this sort like little brawler pose and says, he taught me how to fight. I swear, it's like he loves to cut wood. Who does that?
Woodsman?
But we live on an estate. Who does that?
It's one of the best ways to reduce testosterone.
Does he have a little Red Riding Hood with him that he carries everywhere?
No, that would be weird.
If you ever need to grow a beard, just start cutting wood.
Sky's just shaking his head over and over again, like, he's just a big brute, but he is my brother.
Why are you shaking your head so much? Did I say something?
No, I'm just thinking about my brother.
You routinely shake your head when you think of your brother. Do you disapprove of him in some way? Perhaps you think you are superior. He raises one eyebrow.
He looks
the only
at you and
expression you've seen from him.
he looks at you and says, "I'm nowhere near superior." In fact, it's just the fact that he's really overprotective, but I don't make it easy on him either.
Well, it's good that you acknowledge that you are not superior to him.
Probably just knows and has seen things and probably just doesn't want you to ever experience them. Don't take it personally.
Oh, I don't. It's just like sometimes being a little overprotective is a bit much sometimes.
Oh,
I
it's not that great for anyone really, but
he did raise me.
He did.
I never really got to know my parents, but
Yeah, I never got to know my dad either. Except how amazing he was in the sack for my mom, and just I cannot block that out.
Sky just kind of looks at you and raises an eyebrow.
That's quite the tidbit you have there.
What was that, Ziggy? I did not hear what you said.
No, I said that as he said that was quite the tidbit. That's quite the tidbit you decided to bring up there.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, whenever your parents get obsessed with something, it kind of creeps out people.
Sounded like she got obsessed with certain things and was a little overexpressive about things.
Yeah, it only got worse as I got older. And she started.
Sky just kind of has this look of like, I am so sorry.
See, yeah, I never knew my dad.
Well, I guess we're on the same boat there.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I guess like the fact that we inherited the spas, that's something.
Do you and your brother own joint ownership, or is it just you, or is it just him?
It's joint. Basically, it was his, but he's sharing it with me because I wasn't old enough to really take ownership of anything at the time.
Fair enough.
If he is the older brother, shouldn't he have full right to it?
He does, but he also says I have full right to it as well because he is kind. And you can tell he does this look like he feels bad that he has any of it, or like he doesn't deserve it or something.
What Austin does is he shrugs and says, "That is very, very illogical."
Sky just kind of has this look on his face and just kind of looks at you, then just looks back. He's like, I suppose it is, but I still love my brother, and I believe he does what's best.
Humans are very illogical. Go ahead.
No, go.
Humans are very illogical creatures.
That's not... Sure. It's not... I don't think that's the best statement to make. Or I wouldn't say that illogicalness that you might be thinking of isn't... There's a reason why that's there.
Yeah, well, some are more logical than others, but you know.
Oh, Sky then has this idea, like his eyes sparkle for a second. He leans over to Caleb, and he just kind of puts his arm around his shoulder and like whispers in his ear, "Hey, do you want to come over to my place sometime?" And then Like he's waiting for an answer.
My cheeks will kind of just go red, and I'm just kind of stare into my cup of coffee.
He's like, "Don't worry, you'll get to see my dragon."
Does he say that out loud for everyone to hear?
No,
groan
he's whispering to him.
loudly. I'll groan very loudly.
I just kind of look to, what's his face? Austin. I kind of look back at Caleb after he makes that groan.
Okay, Austin looks between Sky and Caleb with the deadpan expression on his face, and just puts the bookmark back in his book, puts it in a little bag, and then just leans back, crosses his arms, and watches the two of them.
So what do you say, Caleb? He says, like, just doing like this little wink. It's not completely. Here, I'm gonna try and make it obvious by rolling. But like, because he's totally lying. Because like, it's his guide, but so it would be manipulation, subterfuge.
Yeah, if you're lying about something, it would be. But that's a Chris call.
What do you think, Chris?
What? Make it sound like you're lying?
Yeah. No, not makes it sound like I'm lying. Make it sound like I'm telling the truth.
Yeah,
I
that
mean,
would be a subterfuge roll.
Manipulation subterfuge.
Yeah. Okay.
Versus his perception empathy.
He has no successes.
Oh.
So basically, when he says, "You want to see my dragon?" it sounds like he's totally lying. But he has like, there's some honesty in it. Like it's like you can tell he's lying, but he's also being truthful.
Just a picture inside chat for you guys.
Why? Oh.
At which point I'll kind of just say, that's more of a question for Cody over there. I mean, Officer Carver.
Sky will look at you, like his eyes will go like wide, and he'll start blushing again. He'll take his arm off your shoulder and he'll be like, "I guess if you don't want to go, that's fine."
At which point I'll kind of just nurse my coffee and say all the innuendos, all of the innuendos.
You're the only one who heard that, so you're just basically saying all the innuendos, so everybody can hear. Anybody want to comment on that?
All right, Cody is not. I'm sorry. Zach is not commenting on anything right now.
Okay.
He's actually looks like he's just zoned out completely. Just kind of staring into his coffee.
Sky will turn around. His tea will probably cool down a little bit. He'll like chug it pretty much, and he says, "So, do you guys want to do anything, or do you want to stay in this Starbucks?"
Austin looks over and says, "End up getting someone killed if you got to do some. If they got to do something like you."
Sky raises an eyebrow and then he looks at you and says, "I'm not planning to do anything serious."
Just because You are not planning it does not mean it will not happen.
He winced a little bit. He's like, "You think I have that bad luck? Gosh."
I do not think it is bad luck. Luck is illogical. What I do think it is, however, is poor planning.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Sky will blush at that comment from Officer Carver, and he'll be like, "Uh."
I mean, luck does exist if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty of it. It's just the probability of something happening.
No. Luck is the defiance of probability.
Well, I dropped.
As he says as he looks at Caleb. Not luck.
I mean, but still, defiance of probability, there's always that chance that you fail, even if there's a 99% chance you won't.
This is true. That is not, however, luck or unluck. It is simply probability.
Mm-hmm. I
It
guess
depends on what you believe.
luck is just a layman's term for low chances and probability.
Perhaps.
Well, I don't think you should ever doubt luck. Luck can always be a saving factor.
About that, do you not?
Sky just kind of looks at you, and like his eyes narrow a little bit, and he's like, "What are you implying?"
I imply nothing but what you take from what I say.
Fine. He'll just kind of shrug a little bit and be like, "I'll choose to not take anything out of that."
That is a very good choice to make.
This guy just kind of like has this look about him, like it's like he's pondering if he's insulting him or not. Like he just is just kind of looking at him and then looking back at you guys.
Looks like Austin's making you pretty hot and bothered, Sky. Is everything okay?
If anybody's making me hot and bothered, it's probably Officer Carver over there, and then he'll like slap his mouth shut. You're like, "I can't believe I said that."
Austin just kind of tilts his head to the side.
Well, there you go.
And he looks at Zach and says, "You see it as well, do you not?"
See what? I'm sorry, I'm not really paying attention right now, he says.
I thought since you had commented, you were paying attention to the situation. Perhaps I was wrong in that assumption.
He just shrugs.
So, by the way, Chris, I got 2 successes on the empathy check against Zach.
That'll be a question for Adam.
Yes.
So what do you want? How many successes do you get? What do you want to know?
I just want to know if something's wrong, because you kind of just spaced out and looking into your cup of coffee. Just want to make sure your character's okay.
I guess you could say he's thinking. He looks like he's just contemplating a lot. Maybe even you get the sense with some twitches that are going on in his face that maybe he's maybe some bad memories might be popping up in his head. That's all.
Okay.
Sky will like just kind of shrug a little bit and say, "Well, luck, no luck, bad luck, whatever. I still think we should go out and have some fun. Sure, you may say that it's not proper planning, but if you don't have a little spontaneity, everything is boring, don't you think?"
Depends on who you are.
The contrary.
Sorry, go ahead, Austin.
Quite to the contrary. Spontaneity leads to being dead, and when one is dead, one cannot have any fun whatsoever.
That's, well, yeah.
And not only that, if it's just spontaneous, non-spontaneous, and it just goes back and forth over and over, it just, I don't know. It gets kind of, you're always on edge for something happening.
I feel like you're always on edge if you continually think about the problem, rather than going out and just trying to enjoy things. Like, why can't we just all like try to see the bright side of things? He just kind of does the smile and shrugs.
Because sometimes people have seen or have done things that they can't stop thinking about. That's all.
I understand that, but if
I'll interject here and say, well, what did you have in mind that you wanted to do?
well, does anybody want to actually go to that tap the Topeka or whatever it's called?
God damn it! Tapping Topeka.
I
Yeah,
believe it's called Tap That Topeka.
Thank you, Officer Carver.
you can join us too, Officer Carver, if you since you are Caleb's roommate. As Chris walks away. I said
Anyway,
you can join us.
guys. Oh,
I've got busy things on my schedule. I might join up later, but
Okay.
Well, it might. If you're there, it might dissuade people from just sneaking up on us again.
well, anyway, guys, he says, he just kind of gets up. It was nice hanging out with you. I'm going to be heading out. And
Okay.
nice meeting you, Austin.
He just inclines his head.
Just kind of gives you a nod and walks on out. Out of character, guys, I'm going to be heading out, so
Okay.
see you guys later.
Bye.
Peace.
So yeah, I wouldn't mind going to that event.
okay,
So
y'all are
that's
gonna have
one.
to. Yeah. And on an out of character note, y'all are gonna have to give me a minute while I finish up the NPC stats that is there. I thought I had until tomorrow, you jerks.
Out of character, do we want to put this and make it an open venue scene?
We could, since it is at an
Yeah.
event.
Okay.
If y'all want to.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys want to make it open?
Yeah.
Right, so Austin stands up and says, very well, if we are going, let us be off.
Okay. Do you have a ride there, or do you need a ride?
I'd offer everybody to come with me, but that's up to you.
There is no sense in wasting time, wasting gas if one person can transport the entire group.
Hey, if you come with me, you can ride in style. Come join me in my limo, he says, winking.
I mean, I'm not against it.
I'll stand up and head out the door.
Okay. Sky will call the limo and offer everybody to come inside. He'll open up the door for everybody.
I'll get in to wherever it was.
Okay, Jeeves, we're going to tap that Topeka. Hit on it.
Okay, so I presume that's on to. When we get there, it sounds like this is hot stuff.
Yep. Well, this is. Yeah. I need to finish up the NPC stats. So.
We can just be wandering
Dang
around
it.
for a little bit until you're done.
Yep. Yep. Which,
Yeah.
they actually have a bunch of different breweries that be serving alcohol. Admission at the park at the moment would be it's $20 for the designated driver tickets and $40 for the general admission tickets.
Well, our
'Cause-
designated driver is Jeeves, so
Yep.
bam.
And the $40 for the general admission includes free alcoholic drink and free beer samples from all the different booths.
I mean, I'll pay mine and anybody else's that doesn't have it.
Well, I suppose we pull up in the limo, and Sky will get out and open up the door. Well, we're here, guys.
Yeah, it looks like it did last night.
I don't think I've been here before.
Gage Park?
Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Yeah, I have. Oh, it was night last time I was here. I forgot about that.
Hopefully you had a good experience since it was night the last time you came.
Oh, yeah, it was fine. That's where I met my friend Looking up.
Austin is just looking around at the park.
Anyways, what I
very
was
unimpressed.
saying is Gage Park is where late night where I met my friend Hazel. Sorry.
Oh yeah, you mentioned her.
Yeah, she gave me this card to go see her band. I wanted to really check it out, but in case that she is a creeper, since it was late at night, I just want some people to be with me.
That makes sense.
Sloak is like looking at all this stuff in the park. He has the very same, very unimpressed look he always has on his face.
Well, I'm ready to go get drunk tonight. How about you guys?
Austin looks over and says, I still don't know why you wanted to come to a beer festival with their age.
He'll say, "What do you think my age is?"
He looks him up and down and says, true ages. You're not 21, I can assure you of that.
He'll like pull out like an ID and be like, "But it says so right here."
He looks down, he looks at the ID, looks up at Sky and says, you'll be the one going to jail if you get caught, not me. Turns and
He like kind of does this look like,
Sky.
maybe I won't drink then. He'll like shove the ID in his pocket and just kind of like do this look. Jeeves in the car is probably shaking his head.
With a bunch of characters who are underage. Rip. Austin is just tapping his fingers. Well, you wanted us to come here. In mind for us to do now that we are here.
Sky will be like, well, we could try the food?
I mean, I'm assuming this is a festival, so they wouldn't just have.
Yeah, they've got food stands and everything as well. I mean, they're selling all kinds of food, selling alcohol.
Probably even selling music. Not selling music, but music is playing.
Yeah.
Julia's character should be here. Dang it.
Austin is just going to walk through the crowd then. He's just not really investigating, but he's just looking through the exhibits with the same very look on his face, no matter like how good the art is, or not art, like how good the food smells, or if it looks really good, or whatever.
Yeah. I'm going to go up to a beer stand and just look at it.
Chris, it went from you to me. I keep getting kicked.
Yep.
I wish I had sense word, but I don't.
Sky will probably be hitting up the food stands. You'll probably see him like munching on a kebab or something.
Austin will eventually like grab something really cheap, like a burger to eat or something, and then rejoin the group. When he eats, he's very impeccable. Like he doesn't get a drop on his clothes. He doesn't, have any like food particles on his mouth or anything like that. He looks impeccable.
Sky will notice that he has like a cheap burger though, and he'll probably like walk over to him and be like, I could get you something.
It's not required.
Well, it's not required, but I'm offering.
Your offer is noted and appreciated, however. This will do.
Okay. How about you, Caleb?
I'll kind of just shrug and say, you do you, man. You can get me whatever you want.
He then grabs a kebab and he'd be like, "Here, this is pretty good." Then again, it's my taste, not yours.
Mm-hmm.
You know something at this moment, because it's perfect timing. You hear kind of a tutting, from behind you, directed at Sky, and this woman is standing there, big smile on her face, and she says, "I'd be very careful what you give him, sir. It can oftentimes end rather poorly."
In a kind of
Sky.
droll, very apprehensive voice, I'll say, "Hi there, Elizabeth. How are you today?"
"Oh, I'm quite fine, thank you, sir. And how are you?"
"I'm alive."
"I can see that by the breathing and the standing." But she will extend her hand when Sky has handed off the kebab and say, "Elizabeth St. Martin, at your service, sir."
Sky Olmsted of the Olmsted Spas. He'll do like this little bow and then a handshake.
"It's a pleasure to meet you, sir."
Likewise.
Joey, the new character's name is Austin. Yes, it's kind of hard to read.
Yes.
Okay. She'll also extend a hand to Austin, say the exact same thing. "Elizabeth St. Martin, at your service, sir."
He'll shake her hand. His expression doesn't change one bit when he does so, but he just says, "A pleasure to meet you." A very
Likewise.
cold voice. Same voice he uses with everyone. So.
Hashtag works for a she is used to the coldness of cold.
Hey, that's kind of funny. She works for she. She'll be perfectly suited to dealing with him.
In the festivities, gentlemen.
Catch what you said.
I do hope you're enjoying the festivities, gentlemen.
Oh, the music is interesting. It's nice.
Press side chat.
You will notice she's neither eating nor drinking, and very much like Austin, is impeccably well kept and tidy. As a matter of fact, she has up and hither to this point, if anyone's actually been watching, she's been tidying tables because they're dirty and need to be tidied. Hashtag butler life.
You'll probably see Sky occasionally like spilling something on himself, and he'll like clean it off real quick.
When you do that this time, in the flash of an eye, she takes out a napkin and dabs you off. As if it's second nature.
Oh, thank you.
"It is a servant's duty to clean, sir."
Oh, Butler, are you in need for work? He says, smiling.
"Oh, no, sir. I'm unfortunately employed. As a matter of fact, Mr. Caleb, sorry, he wouldn't call him Mr. Caleb. Mr. Stone here has met my employer twice. However, I'm currently employed, rather gainfully. Thank you for asking, however." if you are in need of a servant, I can always pass along your credentials to other individuals I know in the field.
Oh, I was just admiring how great of a butler you are. And he'll say, like, smiling, and then he'll say, or should I say, one hell of a butler.
Because I'm in fact using a female Sebastian face claim, she quirks an eyebrow and says, I can't quite possibly comment on that, sir.
Chris, nothing? Okay.
If you did a percent, I think she kind of pings as something a bit unnatural, but that's about it. She's not normal.
The enchanted don't actually ping.
Do they not? Yay!
Yeah. As far as anything like or perception can tell us, you're just a normal human.
Okay, cool. Awesome sauces. But she will just smile very sweetly and say, oh, yes, where are my manners? You're one of the... You can see her brain working. You're one of the Olmsteads, as in the Olmstead Spa and Leisure Company, yes?
Oh, actually, somebody who recognized me. He looks up the other people. It's like, so I assume you've been to one of my spas?
No, sir. Significant, or merely understands those who are of significant rank and or breeding to be worth meriting, sir.
Well, I appreciate the compliment then. He's
You're
not
welcome,
with
sir.
us. He has like this prideful look on his face, looking at the other group of like, I told you.
Austin just looks back with the same deadpan expression on his face, takes another bite out of his burger.
Yeah, I put my hands behind my back, kind of just crossed behind my back on my hips, and I'm kind of looking that comfortable look of out of place and trying to look stoic. You know how that goes?
Sky will probably do perception empathy on you because you're acting a little weird.
Okay.
Don't have very many dice, but which is completely different from my other character.
Hashtag the rabbit sees all.
Oh, one success. So emotion.
Uncomfortable, but not. I'm not looking at anybody in particular, so it's not towards anybody.
So uncomfortable. Okay. Sky will walk over back to Caleb and be like, "What's wrong, honey buns?"
I'll kind of just shrug and say, I'm getting that general sense of wooginess from a lot of things here.
It's actually not a general sense of wooginess from a lot of things.
You muted halfway through, Chris.
It's not really a general sense of wooginess coming from a lot of things. It's more like just a general sense of woogie. Like, there's something supernatural, but it doesn't really seem to have a source.
Sky will kind of like raise an eyebrow. Is there any animals nearby? Or do I need to roll perception alertness?
I mean, this is in the middle of a
Park.
loud, raging event. I don't think there is going to be any animals nearby.
There could be squirrels. Have you seen the Fayetteville squirrels?
maybe like insects or vermin of some kind, like, you know, you get at fairgrounds, but yeah, you're probably right.
True. Okay.
Elizabeth will smile and walk over to Caleb, and she touches her ear for a moment and nods. You will notice anybody look, she is wearing an earpiece, like a Bluetooth, but slightly more advanced looking. And
Okay.
she will say, "My master wishes to inform you that his offer still stands, if you ever choose to avail yourself of it, and he apologizes for any unpleasantness or hurt feelings you may have after your previous night's entertainment."
I'll kind of just look at you with that kind of distracted look, like I'm just now focusing on you, and say, "I'm sorry, I don't follow what you're saying."
I beg your pardon, sir?
What offer?
She leans in very, very close, and she said, "Identifying your birth heritage, sir."
Ah, okay.
Sky will just kind of raise an eyebrow, then walk because he's still right next to Charles because he was like basically put his arm around his shoulder and everything. You know each other?
Yes, we met briefly.
As I've said, Mr. Mr. Stone, it has been, yes. Mr. Stone has been the guest of my master.
Do I need to roll to see if he looks uncomfortable or anything? Yeah.
Sweet, sweet perception empathy.
Okay, I have one success. Do you feel nervous about or uncomfortable by Elizabeth, like the emotion?
How do I describe this very complex emotion that I feel? Emotions that I am feeling at the moment.
Those feels.
Okay, so my character doesn't feel any disgust or dislike towards her, but he also doesn't feel any connection or empathy towards her. So it's kind of like somebody just randomly walked up to him.
Like he wants to avoid or any discomfort?
Nope. It just
Okay.
and he's also distracted.
True. Okay. Well, do we want to go check out some of the musicians around here? I hear them playing, but we haven't really sat down.
In that case, gentlemen, if you will excuse me, I should return about my master's business.
Sky will do this slight nod and be like, okay, send him my regards to the mystery man.
He's not that mysterious. He's sitting over there, she says, pointing over her shoulder.
I'll kind of just cock an eyebrow and look.
Triori is seated kind of cross-legged under a tree, just out of the, he's clearly meditating or doing, he has his eyes closed, outside of the, just outside of a ring of tents or stalls or booths.
Okay.
Austin just looks over, kind of tilts his head very slightly to the side, then returns to his normal stoic posture.
But actually, Chris, because he's sitting over there and whatever else have you, can I make a perception? Well, first it would be perception kenning, of course, to identify any woggliness that might exist.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
By perception kenning, I'm going to make you roll diff 3.
Oh, crap. Let me just Hang on, I just have to put in my name on the chat, which is really, really fucked up when you can't spell your own character name because Gaelic is a weird language. Div 3, did you say?
Mm-hmm.
6 successes.
Sweet. All those threes that turned into successes.
Well,
Delicious.
despite the fact that the average penalty around here with everyone drinking is like 6, which I guess is normal. There's also quite a few nightmares in the area.
Oh, dearie my.
But none of them seem to give a flying about you.
What do they seem to give a fuck about?
Well, they mostly seem to be following people drinking the alcohol and eating some of the foods. They seem to be caring about what's happening in the gray world.
Okay. Actually, hang on. I'll just switch
Wait a
my,
second. Your character
yes.
has nightmares. Your Austin's character has nightmares. Would that show in the dreaming? I don't think it would.
If it would, he'd know about it because he can see the dreaming.
Oh, true.
Chris, at this point, Traori's eyes are going to flick open, and I'm going to walk to one of the stands, like one of the vending stands, and I'm going to buy just something random off it. He's going to buy a pitcher of beer.
By the by, we're standing next to the beer stands.
Yes.
So the beer stands there's basically all the like different big brewery companies. Is there a particular one you'd be going to?
I've suddenly got a theory based on what you said that the nightmares are following people who are eating and drinking certain things. So he's going to check. He's basically going to buy beer and or refreshments. He's going to just have Elizabeth walk behind him as he buys a beer from each one of the beer stands.
At which point, as soon as he's done, I'm going to walk up to him and say, "Hi, it's nice to see you again."
I need you to roll a 1d10. Actually, scratch that. I'll roll it for you.
Hooray!
That way you don't know.
By the way, Chris, are any of the people working at any of the stands, do any of them have fey means of any sort?
Negative. None of them were changeling.
Okay.
And
You'll notice Traori, but
yeah, and I'll say to Traori, "Oh, I assume your butler has already alerted you to the fact that I feel something's off about this place."
Traori kind of narrows his eyes and he says, "Yes, I'm currently attempting to identify it." I'm just waiting for Chris to do my D10 and tell me what I get, if anything.
Okay. So you go to each of the booths and buy a beer. Elizabeth would not notice any of the nightmares even give a flying fuck about you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So none of them care.
So they basically he's got. Can I roll perception kenning over the alcohol to see if there's something off about it dreaming wise, like why there's so much nightmare stuff like in this place?
Sure. Standard.
Yeah, to Traori, I heard this beer is absolute garbage, even by somebody who drinks beer.
I have 4 successes in my kenning to see if there's anything wrong with the beer.
So dreaming wise, the beer, I mean, nothing particularly stands out in the dreaming about the beer. Like, none of them even have. None of them are chimerical, obviously. And none of them have magic about them. So.
Okay. Triori will shrug at the beer, and he will then turn to Caleb, who's been trying to talk to him, and say, "Allow me to explain. There is a disproportionate amount of manifested negative energy in this place, and I don't know why."
I'm certainly sensing that.
Actually, you know what, Chris? Let's rock an intelligence Rainier roll in order to try and think why there would be so much, why there are so many nightmares around. That seems like an intelligent idea.
Sky kind of leans into Caleb and says, well, maybe it's because everybody's drinking and they're ready to have a bar fight.
At which point, Chris, I would do perception awareness on the closest people that have drank the drink.
Okay.
Chris, can I just get a difficulty on the Graymere roll to identify why so many nightmares?
That's kind of what I'm looking up, is trying to find. In the middle of finishing up the NPC sheet, because y'all people are jumping ahead to stuff.
Oh, sorry, we can... Time for some nonsensical bullshit while the GM plans. How about that local sports ball team?
How about you see Sky randomly pick up a squirrel and start talking gibberish?
Yeah, because I have to get an answer from the Changeling book while I'm in the middle of referencing to other books to finish up the NPC, because I'm down to just buying the merits.
In that case,
because literally communicate with
if you know what page the Nightmare section is in Changeling the Dreaming, that'd be amazing.
give me a sec.
Because that saves me the trouble of having to look for it while I can finish typing.
Give me a second, because I was just reading it a couple of minutes ago.
Book 3, Grump, Chapter 9, Nightmares and Stranger Things starts on page number on this book 345 is where the section starts.
You got to it just before I did. Yes.
Nightmare Chimera start on page 356.
Okay.
Oh. Ow, rip. My body. Why?
I hope your body doesn't rip. That would be extremely painful.
It feels like it.
Elizabeth will step forward at this point because she is the perfect butler. And she will bow to the group and she will say, "Gentlemen, forgive my absent-minded master. Allow me to please introduce you to Sir Triori Apeluda." Who will give a bow to you all.
Sky will bow as well and say, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Sky Olmsted.
What page was that again?
345 and 356. Austin will look over.
Are you looking at the Changeling the Dreaming 20th?
Yes.
Okay. That's where Prodigals start.
356 is where Nightmare Chimera should start.
Excuse me.
Austin will look to the two, Triori and Elizabeth, and say, he'll just incline his head very slightly and say, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Triori."
And you as well. Your name, sir?
Austin Walsh. And down, like his hair parts just enough. You can see he has very pointed ears.
Okay.
Oh, have I met this character? Is this the same one that was in the bar?
No, this is a different one.
Okay. So roll your Gray Mare difficulty. We'll call it 7.
Cool. Because I'm House Eluda, that knocks down the difficulty of all Greymare rolls by 1, because we know things and stuff.
Yeah.
So, and you know what? Because this seems important, I'm going to spend a willpower. Yeah. That's 5 successes with the willpower.
Okay. So in particular, these nightmares are nervosa.
Okay.
Which generally the nervosa are spawned by frustrations and paranoias of mortals being crammed together in crowded cities.
Oh, so this
that
is this? So would he rate this as actually being a natural occurrence?
It's something that is kind of natural, but it is happening at a little bit faster rate than is kind of normal.
Okay.
Like either these people are really frustrated or might be something going on.
By the way, Chris, 5 successes.
On what?
Looking perception and awareness on the group closest to us that has been drinking the beer.
Okay. 1 second. You got 5 successes, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, as far as that goes, various different emotions, nothing that you wouldn't necessarily not expect for people in crowds drinking alcohol, trying a bunch of different beers. But it's basically just a bunch of normal colors.
I'm actually looking to see if they're more agitated.
Probably. Definitely.
Then again, that could happen sometimes, like especially when there's alcohol involved.
Alcohol in crowds create very agitated people.
Priori taps his finger to his lower lip and lets out a deep exhale as he says, "There's something not right here. Something is broken."
Sky will just kind of like do this pondering thing, and he'll walk up to this tree, and can I roll like what would it be to see if like a squirrel can come to me, because like they're already willing to come to me if I call out to them in their voice. But would it be like the animal kin and everything, just to see if they'll come towards me? Like it says charisma animal kin to talk to animals. Would that be the same for getting them to come closer?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Whilst he's busy talking to rats in a tree, is there anywhere in particular, because I'm seeing the chimerical reality at this point, glancing into the dreaming. Is there any point where these things appear to be emanating from, or are they just kind of dispersed?
They're kind of dispersed, and if you're actually watching, basically new ones will occasionally pop up in the crowd.
And they're coming quicker than they should, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got one success. Would that be enough to like call the squirrel down?
One success. The large crowd of people. No, I've been to the Topeka parks.
Elizabeth
The
looks
squirrels
down.
there are not people trained.
Okay,
Elizabeth-
you'll see Sky though. You'll probably hear him like do a little bit of squeaks and little nibbling sound, like gnashing of teeth. Because when you do animal communication, it doesn't sound quite like human speech.
Elizabeth would look down at Priori, quirk an eyebrow, and say, "Is he having some kind of seizure, sir?" Priori kind of shrugs and looks at the others and says, "Is your friend having some kind of seizure?"
Sky will look at you. Sky will look at you and be like, "Oh yeah, I was, but I'm fine now. Don't worry about it." And he'll walk back over there.
Just remember, the most important thing you have is your health.
That's probably why I have worked so much on my health. You see, I may be short, but I have more brawn than anything. And he does this kind of like flex, like he's because he's a little nimble. He's gonna do this backflip if there's nobody behind him.
You're in a crowd. There's always people behind you.
Oh, well, he's not gonna do a backflip then.
I'm not going to lie, I would love to see you do that Dex athletics roll to do a backflip and completely botch it.
Hey, but I have cat-like balance. If I'm flipping around people, it would still do like -2 because it's balance through people.
Yes, and rolling a lot of 1s and 2s is still a possibility.
True.
Priori kind of... He turns around to what he's now determined as the grown-up, which is Austin. Austin is now the grown-up. And well, no, Austin and Caleb are grown-ups, he'll be fair. And he'll say, allow me to explain. Negative emotional resonances coalesce into what my people call nightmares. They are living emotional reflections in a different realm of reality called the dream. There is an immense amount of them being produced here, many more than should be, and they're being produced much quicker than they should.
Can you, I know we probably won't be able to see it, but can you point out any new ones that show up, especially ones that show up around us?
Austin points over to one. Just very calmly points over to one.
I kind of just jerk my head back, you know, that, what? Okay.
Without making a... Without letting his face completely impassive, Troy says, "You are of the blood, then, I see."
Yes, that would be correct.
Of the
Indeed.
blood? Do you mean you got something like, I don't know, blood disease? He just kind of like doesn't want to like say it out loud as to insult him.
If I had, you would be in no danger of contracting it.
Okay.
So,
Three successes, Chris.
Okay. Now that I'm closer to being done. Source. 1 second.
By the way, weird question for Joey. Is Austin's blood? Is it clear to me, looking at him, what kith his parents were?
Well, between the way he carries himself and the pointed ears that were visible briefly earlier, you can probably assume it's she.
Excellent.
Of course, more she.
You say that. There are currently at least 2 she in the process of character creation right now. I know.
You're the best, Keth. Straight up.
Yeah. So, as far as the people, you got 3 successes, right?
Yeah, they pointed towards a nightmare that I apparently can't see.
Yep. So, other than like the general woogly sense, nothing really stands out about their auras, other than they've got a lot of agitation and anger in their auras. A lot of red.
Deep red.
Yeah, a lot of deep red.
You know what? Traore kind of lets out a soft sigh, and he stands up from where he was sitting, and he turns to Elizabeth and says, go get the car ready, go back to the manor, rouse the others if I need them. And he will then turn and he's going to say to the others, I do not believe that sitting here is going to solve this problem. I'm going to walk around this fair until I find the culprit.
Sky does a sideways smile and says, "Well, danger is my middle name. It probably attracts to me everywhere. So,
very well. You can go from front then, Sky."
Was that sarcasm I heard?
He winces and looks at Austin.
And Austin will look to Caleb and say, "Not sarcasm. It is simply more efficient that way."
Well, since you two can apparently see these nightmares, I can't. I feel at a complete disadvantage here.
So the 2 people who can see the dreaming, I would like you to roll perception alertness.
Perk alert. Let me check my desk. You
mean perception?
Detail-oriented apply and what def? Standard?
Sight and standard.
Sight and standard? Okay.
Yep.
Detail-oriented would not apply.
Actually, I think it would. Kind of.
Awesome. Is 6 successes.
2 successes.
So, I guess with 2 successes, you'll notice there's a basically a large cluster of nightmares. With 6, you notice that there's a large cluster of nightmares that seem to be surrounding and watching a relatively young man, looks to be, early 20s.
Okay.
Traore, only Austin will see this. Traore wraps his hand around his chimerical sword before walking towards the cluster of nightmares on the boy.
I'm following you. Perception alertness, Chris, to see that he wrapped his hand around something I can't determine.
It literally just looks like his hand fell to his side and he's holding his fist in a weird way, but yes, you can.
I mean, if he's being blatant about it, do I need to roll?
You've seen me chimerically summon my sword before, so it would make sense that you know what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Austin is just going to follow behind. He is not like actually getting in the way of like Traore, but he's got his hands in his pockets and he's just watching them.
Okay, Chris. I will make that roll, but to see what he's looking at
Okay.
and what he's going towards.
This guy's just following.
If Sky's following, he's not following. He is in front of Austin. Austin has made sure he's in front.
Okay.
2 successes.
So basically, you kind of notice that it's almost like they're following a person that's moving through the crowd.
I'm going to make a perception awareness on this person. Is that okay?
Okay.
Please be 10. Please be 10. Nope.
How about a fail?
Just a fail. Just a fail.
Oh,
Just a fail.
He's got 3 1s, but 2 successes.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I used to love the old changing powers where you could turn any fail into a botch. Because fuck you and everything you love.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I'm going to keep pace with the young man. I'm not going to like push my way through the crowd, but I'm going to keep up with him so I don't lose eye contact or eyesight of him.
Yeah.
And just kind of see where he goes.
He seems to be, basically going from, the different stands, and he's, trying, just small sips of the different beers, eating some of the foods. Mostly seems to be kind of like snacking out. You do notice that he does have an easy time moving through the crowd. Like, he's pretty good at weaving between people.
He doesn't have a phase seeming, does he?
No, he does not.
Okay. Traore, as said, will keep pace with him. When he gets to a less crowded or populated area, I will pick up pace so I can catch up with him.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah, he probably one of the less populated areas would be when he gets, closer to one of the sides of the fair, basically.
What's
Whatever.
his
So.
willpower, by the way?
7.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll a telepathy roll to try and get a general sense of this kid's emotions.
This ends so well whenever it happens.
It'd be great. So it's 3 successes to get a general impression of like his emotions and everything.
So as far as his emotions, so he seems like he's, kind of calm and enjoying himself. But there's also an underlying, like, simmering rage.
Chris, I got 6 successes on the effect going off. Would I also get the target?
Yes.
Okay. Would I be seeing his aura as well?
Not really, because you're looking for the magic.
Okay.
Okay. When I get close enough to him when he's gone to the side, what's his banality?
His banality.
Contact.
Okay.
Not that bad.
Not that bad. Nowhere near that bad. His banality would be. Sorry, having to look it up.
Take your time.
His banality would be 5.
Okay,
Oh.
cool. So he's actually lower banality than people. Um,
Oh wait, he's been drinking alcohol. 4.
okay. So, Priori will stop. Is he still surrounded by the nightmare?
He's got a couple that are following him, but basically, as he was going through the crowd, a lot of them kind of started dispersing.
Question. Oh, sorry.
Okay, what's your question?
When you say they're following him, do they look like they're following him, like they're pursuing him, or following him like how a guard would follow a knight, a lord or something like that?
It was kind of like they were following him because he was interesting to them, and then a lot of them started, like, as he continued moving, some of them started to find other things that were interesting to them.
Okay. Priori will stop when he can, not corner Justin, but when he gets Justin to the point where they can have a conversation, and will say, "Good afternoon, sir."
Yeah, Justin will stop and kind of, turn around relatively quickly on his hill, and go, "Can I help you?"
Priori will smile, and he will say,
And by the way, he does have the sanctity merit, if you're familiar.
I'm not.
which
I'm not.
is the sanctity merit? I know what it is, I just can't remember for the life of me.
What do you mean?
NPCs treat him nicer, essentially.
Yeah. Mechaniclari. Gotta love that social merit.
What book is it in? I've never heard of it.
It's in Vampire Core.
Yeah. Although you might not actually be innocent, you project the impression of purity. People trust you even if you're not trustworthy, and they're inclined to think of you as some sort of paragon. Naturally, this might be an almighty pain in the ass too. When you get in trouble, though, and you will, the authorities will almost certainly go easy on you, friends will aid you, and even strangers may come to your defense because you couldn't possibly be guilty of what they're accusing you of doing.
Really, Chris? Really? This is what we get for letting you make NPCs. Seriously.
It's a good merit. How many points is it?
2.
Holy crap.
It's not bad.
So Triori will stop, and he'll, for those of you who can, tapping his sword in the dreaming with one finger, or one of his 2 swords, and he says, "I will be plain with you, sir. I would ask the nature of your being."
I would be confused.
He'll look down at his own arm. Human? I don't know.
You're not human, sir.
Sky will walk since he was following. He'll be like, "That is a very awkward question to ask somebody you just met." And he'll just look over at Justin and be like, "Hello, my name is Sky Olmstead. Sorry for him being a creep."
Very calmly, Sky is getting. I'm so tempted to punch Sky in the face. Restraining urge. Restraining urge. No, he will lean on like a surface that he can lean on, either a side of a booth or something, and he will say, "Frankly, sir, you're not human. I'm not in the mood to be fooled or to have this long-winded conversation. You seem like a decent enough chap, so I'm giving you the opportunity to explain yourself. Seems reasonable to me."
And I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Well, of course you're not.
Press side chat.
I'm also looking from afar, but within hearing distance. And I'm a perception empathy, what he just said.
Yeah, I'll also perception empathy because I think he's bullshitting, so.
Okay.
Sky's
I don't
being
think
nice,
detail-oriented.
giving you the benefit of the doubt. Ugh.
Detail-oriented would not count on this roll, would it?
I don't think so.
Okay, so only 3 successes.
Can I go ahead and make another perception awareness, Chris? And I'm burning a willpower. Fucking finally, 7 successes.
On your awareness? Okay.
Yes.
I'll get to that in a moment. Since we get through the perception and empathies. Did both of y'all roll 3?
Yes.
I rolled 3 plus 1 for the willpower, so 4.
Okay. So, as far as Austin can tell, Defender wins. He's telling the truth. As far as Triori can tell, yeah, he's not really being truthful.
Sir, I've been doing this for an exceptionally long time. I'm not interested in your comings and goings. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm interested in why you are here and why you are generating so much negative emotion. That is all. Then you can go about your business. But you're not human.
Well,
Annabelle.
wow. Go.
You still there, Chris?
Yeah, I'm still here. Oh my god, the echo.
Why was there an echo?
I don't know. I also kind of spaced out because I was answering Charles's question that happened at the same time. So what was your question or statement?
Oh, my statement was, frankly, I don't care why you are here. I've been doing this a very long time. I only wish to understand why you are here and what you are doing. Once I understand this, you are more than free to go about your business. However, since you are polluting the imaginations and dream stuff of these people, I simply require an answer. Oh, and you're not human. Please don't lie to me.
Why I'm here? Alcohol. Free. Seriously. Well, mostly free. I mean, you have to pay $40 to get in, but you can get as much as you want. That's a steal.
I accept this premise. Now then, I'm going to do a perception alertness to make sure he is breathing.
Chris, isn't this in the middle of the day?
Yeah. The sun's
Oh, it
still
is.
out. So,
My character has no idea that vampires can't go out during the day. No, actually, I'm going to perception empathy him to try and basically get his real emotional state. Because he's trying to seem all jolly and frivolous, but I'm curious. So that's 4 successes to kind of determine his real mental state, as it were.
So his real mental state, I mean, he is definitely happy to be here, but there's also a lot of underlying anger.
Okay.
A lot of underlying anger and frustration.
Okay. I'm going to do an intelligence remembrance roll for the last time I felt those 2 conflicting emotions exist in harmony with one another, because it's complete contradiction.
Same, Chris.
Okay, yeah, you can roll intelligence occult. For your remembrance, I guess go with standard. For occult, this is even more of a stretch for occult, so 8.
Didn't get it. Just a simple fail.
Okay.
I have 5 successes, and if my 10s double, I don't know if they do double in remembrance rolls or not, but that's still 5 successes.
Okay, are you capable of looking at face back?
I can look at the face back.
Sweet.
Faces.
Face back me! I will point out remembrances. It's like having the mage library in your head.
Yep. And it's Evan, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Seriously?
Hmm?
Okay.
Oh,
See you over face back.
cool. In that case, he will bow very deeply to the man. He'll say, "Ah, you are a son of the moon. I see."
Sky will look at you, Traori, and be like, "Son of the moon." So the sun and meets the moon, like he does like this little joke.
You can see Triori desperately try to prevent the face palm that is occurring. S-O-N, not S-U-N.
He just has like this big grin on his face.
Like, seriously, why even talk about eclipses?
Triori unhooks his huge book from his belt, and he flicks it open to the page that I've used a number of times. It's the where the She were dining with werewolves in a forest motif, and he points and he goes, "That."
Oh, by the way, Evan sent you a message, side chat.
Gabba. Okay. So yeah, he's basically pointing at a picture of a loop line in its Rhinos form. We're idiot-proofing this. And when it's clear that Justin has seen...
Yeah. Hi, Kemp. We're at Gage Park during well, today is Tap That Topeka Beer Festival.
Okay.
And if you want a reason to be here, you'd probably have gotten a reason to be here from me. I would have texted you. Be like, hey, there's some sketchy shit over here. You should probably come and visit.
Well, you probably would have texted when you were leaving Starbucks saying that you're going to Tap That Topeka at Gage
With
Park.
Sky.
Yeah.
But yes,
For Kim, basically you'll see me and Traori by this Justin guy, like what Chris's picture looks like, and you might not see Caleb. He's a ways off, like kind of watching us, and Austin is right over here too, or he's a little.
He's off.
He's a little ways off too.
Yeah, but I'm close enough that, you know, my deaf motherfucker can still hear, so I might still be pretty close.
But yes, in that case, when he took it out and showed him in the book, Sky, you basically saw a picture of a werewolf in its Krynos form, and that's what Triori is pointing to.
Sky will look at you and be like, "Oh, a wolfie."
Please don't call them that.
But are you a wolfie, mister? He says.
Triori
Austin
kind of
just
Edges away.
Sorry.
Edges away.
Austin turns to Sky and says, Sky, if you'd like to be helpful, you can go buy the man a beer. And on the other side of the commons area.
Sky looks at you and then says, did you forget age? I'm not buying him nothing unless it's food.
You had a fake ID, did you not?
Yeah, but until you gave me the right idea to not use it.
Well, you seem like a charming fellow. You should go try before you get someone killed. And he's pointing with the finger, and he's got a look on his face like, please go do the thing. Well, actually, no, he doesn't have a look on his face. It's that kind of look in his eyes, because he doesn't have expressions on his face.
He goes to this nearby stall that's like almost right next to them, buys him some food, and walks back. Here you go.
Not particularly hungry, but I wouldn't mind. I actually think some of the King's was pretty good.
Oh, God damn it. Curtis, I know exactly what this is. Killing me because I don't have Valor.
Hey, Joey, are we all dancing down the spiral together then? Is this a thing?
Probably.
Oh, Christ. Okay. For the love of God, don't throw yourselves behind me. It will end badly. Okay. And I would ask, in that case, sir, he says, looking at Justin, which one of the great tribes it is you belong to?
That one.
If we're going to be talking that case, then I'm my own free man.
Oh, what the fuck kind of noise was that? Legitimately, it sounds like a dead man's last rattle before he gives up. Like, fuck's sake.
Then Sky like basically just says, "I think we're all our own free man," like not really knowing what was just said.
Yeah,
Like out of character, in character, I don't understand what he meant, but out of character, I do.
Yep.
So, question, when you drain someone's willpower completely, they pass out, right? Or is that
Yeah.
only mages?
No, it's everyone. Whenever anyone reaches willpower 0, it's lights out.
Okay.
Although it can be even worse for changelings if they have a dot on their banality, because drain their willpower, bedlam.
So, I'm going to Nah, I'm not gonna do that yet. He hasn't given us any reason to start draining him.
Okay, so Chris, Priori is going to identify where every one of them is standing just by flicking his eyes around. So basically, how I want to do this, and it's very specific, and I know it's oddly specific, I want to stand in a place where I am not blocking or impeding this person's progress towards anybody else. Because I'm fucked if I'm getting attacked because somebody does something dumb and I'm standing in the way.
Okay.
By the way, he radiates purity, so pretty like that's for NPCs, but still, like, I feel like that would be a part.
He radiates purity, but he's saying some major buzzwords that I think that he's a nice guy. I think he's a nice guy that could kill us all, but he's still a nice guy.
But why would I kill you all, is the thing.
See, okay, this is bad, but knowing my character doesn't really realize what was said, he'll be like, well, I hope we can be friends. Here's a business card for the Olmsted spas.
Don't you mean a free time?
Yeah, one free coupon.
Cool. Thank you. And he'll take the business card. I don't have any of my own, so sorry.
Oh, that's fine. He does this big smile. It's like I'm just glad I got to meet your acquaintance. And he'll just give this kind of side glance look at Traori for acting weird.
When he does, Austin just gives him that deadpan look of really.
Priori, you can see his brain is working a mile a minute as he's trying to basically ascertain what's going on here. Because this guy has said some major buzzwords. And he's just trying to think his way through it. So, yeah. Weird question. Does he have any markings or tattoos on him in any visible place?
No, he does not.
Okay. Okay.
I will say this: if you get your personal common sense kicks in, I think it would be a very bad idea if you do it.
Who's doing what?
Oh, I'm just giving advice.
So my character, he basically is smiling really big, and he's like, "Well, it's really nice to meet your acquaintance. Here," and he'll pull out his phone. Do you have a Facebook, or we could exchange numbers?
I
Straight
don't.
face phone. It's real.
I don't have a Facebook. Sorry.
Well, do you have a phone? Then we can exchange numbers. That way, if you want to go to the spas, I could guide you there.
I got your business card. I can text.
Well, that's just for the spas. Here. And he pulls out his phone and he's like, personal number.
He'll reach into his pocket and pull out a pen. What's your number?
He'll tell you the number and he's like, can I have yours?
I don't keep a consistent number, so it wouldn't be useful.
Oh. That's a shame. Well,
Attention. That definitely is Austin's attention. And he's going to step back a little bit and phone up his mentor.
Okay.
I would do that, but mine isn't made.
Most of the mentors haven't been statted up yet. Okay.
Well, I don't need stats, so, I just need to talk.
Okay.
I didn't specify what house she is or anything like that, so that's up to you what house she'd be and everything.
Yep.
I mean, basically, he'll text her and he'll say, there's a suspicious man at the park. One of your brothers investigating seems to think he's children of the moon, but he's giving off weird signals and scaring off your brother.
I guess you'd get the question back of what else is there about him? About what?
He'll text back. Doesn't keep a consistent phone number. He said his emotions are conflicting at the same time and attracting nervosa.
Hmm. See, how high you took it. Yeah. Plot loading. 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 So I guess you'd get back that that's kind of disturbing and weird, but I'm not sure what exactly would be causing that.
He also texts back, says your brother asked him which of the great tribes he was affiliated with, and he replied with, he's his own free man.
So I do have a question. Does Triori want to make another remembrance roll to get what he was implying?
Oh, fuck yes.
Good.
And then the naming unleashings come out. You are puppy now.
You are puppy now.
So
I just changed.
Go ahead.
Sorry, you go.
Is Dr. Devereaux just walking through the crowd?
Yeah.
I'll go up and meet you.
Kim just woke up from a nap, brain still booting.
And so you get back, not sure exactly what that means. It could be that he's not affiliated. I don't know.
She'll send him.
And that's another 5 successes with the thing, because 10s do apparently explode. Hooray.
So as far as you'd get remembrance, he just implied that he's basically you get that he's Ronin, outcast from every tribe. Like he was outcasted from his tribe.
Okay. Triori will hold
Whether
out a hand.
whether he was outcasted or left of his own accord.
That's fair. Triori will start. He drops into a very defensive position, and he starts taking steps backwards at this point. And his face is completely impassive, but he looks very, very set on, I'm ready to defend myself if I need to defend myself. And he says, I would recommend children getting back.
I'm just going to send through the last text to my mentor. If you have any contacts amongst the children of the moon, perhaps ask them. Your brother is warning us that it is dangerous now. One of them backs away.
Sky will like raise an eyebrow and he'll walk backwards. He'll be like, okay.
I'm just waiting to see if Justin does anything.
He doesn't stop you, but he does seem to be basically watching back and forth between y'all.
Okay. He's basically doing the exact same thing we're doing. He doesn't want to engage, but he wants to cover all his bases, basically.
Yep.
Yeah. So,
but you do notice. I'm not even going to like make y'all make empathy checks because it's pretty obvious. He ain't scared.
Yeah, I gathered that.
By the way, Kim, I sent you a side chat.
Oh, sorry, I was. I'll get to that in a moment.
Brain's still loading. Please wait.
Booting.
Had a very
Booting.
busy day, guys. I'm very tired.
Yeah, I mean, we all know Kim runs on Windows Vista. It's okay.
I mean, look, Kim got a couple viruses today and had to like restart herself in like the middle of the day at the frickin' family reunion, and then it was, oh, dude, it was bad.
So
Was
you're
there-
about as mentally tired as Jasper is.
Was
God,
this is a
yes.
family reunion in Louisiana? Was there at least delicious gumbo?
Yeah, my uncle Charles brought gumbo.
Was
Oh,
it delicious gumbo?
Yeah, it was good gumbo. All gumbo is good gumbo when it's made in Louisiana, boy.
Bacon bits.
Why the fuck would you put bacon? What?
they would probably put real bacon in it instead of that bullshit.
No.
You make gumbo with seafood, don't you?
Yes.
No, there's different kinds. Like a lot of people have a lot of seafood allergies. Oddly enough, down in Louisiana, like people are allergic to crawfish and shrimp. So what most people do is just they put chicken and sausage.
Okay. But yeah,
Chicken and sausage.
Triori will wait until they're swallowed up by the crowd to kind of break his defensive posture, because basically he knows that regardless how powerful he might be, it is a very bad idea to attack a crowd.
Yep.
Well, it depends.
Yeah.
How many casualties do you want? It becomes the question.
And he spins. He doesn't seem to. He spins about on his heel and starts walking through the crowd without saying anything.
About that point, with basically, well, actually, has Sky moved away from him yet?
Yeah, Sky's backed away.
Well, with everyone having backed away or moved away from him, he's going to start going back through the booths again, sampling some beers.
He's fucking with the beer, isn't he? Fucking using gnosis. Goddamn werewolf magic. Okay, Triori will stop and he will take it. He will let a deep outward breath exhale, and he will turn and he will explain. And he will say, "Very well. I feel as though you were at least owed an explanation. Also, you, silly cat child," he says, denoting Sky.
Cat child.
I beg your pardon?
It's a compliment.
cat-
Run with it.
Okay.
I would recommend changing your cell phone immediately.
He looks at his phone and he's like, okay.
As in, I would drop it on the ground right now and break it.
He just like puts it in his pocket and he's like, this is expensive and I'll probably figure it out that later. Thank
My
you.
Lord Triori, if Sky doesn't wish to follow your instructions, then perhaps it might be more beneficial to you to let him continue in this manner.
Triori nods and he says, "I have given you the advice. Whether you follow it or not, entirely up to you. From what I remember, and this is from a very long time ago, you must understand, Lupine Society is entirely or Werewolf Society is entirely based on the great tribes. The one that my people had the most dealings with are known as the Fianna. Also, that translates from Celtic as the warriors." By the way, if Kim and Caleb want to have rolled back up by now, because I don't want to have to give this lecture twice. He will continue by saying, they were known as the Fianna. But the tribe forms the very basis of their existence. They live with their tribe, they eat with their tribe, they mate with their tribe, they fight with their tribe, and they die with their tribe. That person is an outcast from the tribes, which either means he did something so heinous the tribes themselves could not allow him to remain, or he left, which means he turned his back on brotherhood and fraternity, on those who were his kind and kin. Neither of these suggests a very stable individual, and I remember what werewolves can do when they're angry.
Well, doesn't sound like they're pretty stable to begin with, in all honesty. If they practice inbreeding.
I didn't suggest they inbred, did I?
Yes, you did.
No, you must understand, the tribes are vast, consisting of many hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals. They're not small affairs.
Okay. Then I guess that was a bit misleading. My bad.
My apologies. But yes, it is very dangerous. Someone who is willing to turn their back on all that they are.
Well, I'll take that into consideration.
As you say, tiny cat child.
Yeah, well, to Jasper, I'll just say, yeah, well, I'm just trying not to get into the middle of a fight. Did that last night. Was not fun.
Yeah. It was rather fun having to do that at midnight. If we could not do that again, I'd much appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, same here. I'd rather not, be introduced to my ass again.
I mean, your face looked pretty fucked up. Actually, no, scratch that. Jasper doesn't cuss. He'd just say, your face did look pretty messed up, boy. Not boy. He wouldn't say boy. I'm tired.
You're not Ash right now, Kim. You don't need to channel all of the sass.
Dude, I love Ash so much.
I love the sass.
But you can't play him right now because it's in the middle of the day.
Fucking sunlight. Bitch, watch me get Elder Fortitude. Coming for that ass.
Oh my.
It's like diff 9 to soak sunlight.
Watch me.
But yeah, if what they're saying is correct, these are were creatures. Have we met were creatures before?
I don't believe we have.
I certainly haven't.
One here.
No. They tend to be quite insular and keep to themselves.
Huh, okay.
I recommend you inform your superiors as to this creature's presence, as I intend to do to mine.
What else do you know about these were creatures? What do their auras look like, if you happen to know that knowledge?
He blinks and quirks his head. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Are you familiar at all with the whole aura theory?
I don't believe changelings actually have a power to see auras.
Because they don't.
Nope,
Do they?
they have no clue.
They have no powers to see auras.
Yep, so he'll kind of quirk an eyebrow and go, I've never heard of this theory. My apologies, Mr. Stone.
Oh, well. But never mind. Aura is just a reflection of someone's emotions and being. For example, if somebody is sick, their aura would typically be paler. But if someone is in health, their aura would be brighter. If they're happy, their aura would be one color. If they're upset and angry, like that guy was, it would be deep red.
I see. I had no idea this was in fact a thing. Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Austin will churn, and he appears to be kind of listening with the same stoic expression on his face. And after a moment, he'll kind of just tilt his head to the side and say, "Should we move to a different location?"
BRB, guys.
Okay.
And if nobody answers, he'll just turn and start walking off after giving Traori a bow.
Traori he's typing something on his phone, but he will return the bow.
Sky doesn't even bow at Troy and just walks off. Basically going, Austin, you're forgetting I got you the ride here.
I can find other ways to return to my place of residence.
Are you sure? Because I'm willing.
Your willingness is noted and appreciated. However, I think I've had enough excitement for one night.
Okay. Sky will basically wait for Caleb then, because he's not just going to take off without him.
Actually, at this point, Austin will actually stop and circle back around to where Caleb and Jasper are, and he'll stop and look to Jasper and say, "Good evening. I assume you know Caleb?"
Jasper will nod, and you don't know where he found it, but he's got like a tiny little thermos of coffee that he is drinking, and he takes a sip.
I'm going to assume like Caleb's going to the bathroom or something. Say, "If you would, could you give him my number?" And he'll pull out a little piece of paper with a number written on it. I do have to get going, but I'd like to keep in contact with him.
And Jasper will nod again and say, of course, I'll be sure to do that. And take the number.
Austin, by the way, I made a few copies of this, but he hands you a card that he got earlier. He says that, like, you'll see it says Hazel and the one-man band. He'll be like, I've been telling everybody that I know. Basically, it's an up-and-coming band, and I wanted to get people to try it out. I didn't want to go alone.
Noted. I will see what I can do, and he'll put the card in a pocket. And then I extend a hand out to Jasper. Pleasure to meet you. And it does stand to note that when he speaks, he has a very stoic and emotionless face.
Okay. Yeah, Jasper's sort of the same way, except it's just tired. And he speaks in such a monotone voice. But he'll nod his head and say, it's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I assume, as you are friends with Caleb, that you are one of the non-regular humans, not one of them. If you need my assistance, you also have my number. And I'll turn and leave.
Before he goes, Jasper will kind of pull out a business card and hand it to him and say, the same goes for you. If you're ever in need of assistance, do let me know.
Thank you. Noted and appreciated. As he'll take the card and heads off.
So, how are you? Sky will say to Jasper. I heard you had to stay up late because of something that happened. I just know that Caleb over here looks a little bit roughed up, but that's about it.
Jasper will turn to look at Caleb and just kind of look him up and down and say, I don't know, he shouldn't have looked rough. I know myself and Cassie did a good job last night. And no, I was up already. Couldn't sleep.
I don't look roughed up. I look disheveled.
Okay. He looked a little bit disheveled, I meant to say. And Sky will pull out a card. He'll be like, so I just gave this to Austin over there, but I know I don't have your number yet, but I found this really cool new band, but I was...
No.
Really? Well, here's the card anyway. I mean,
No.
in case you change your mind.
Very casually, Trary finishes his text message and then sends another text message to Elizabeth saying, pointless cat children are pointlessly trying to give out cards. It is amusing. Pointless cat children.
Jasper was not taking the card. He's got one hand in his pocket. The other one is around this, like, cup of coffee that he is nursing at. And, he'll look around and say, is this all? Also, OSC, what time of day is this?
Midday.
On a Saturday? Well, he's a...
Saturday.
Yeah.
Chris, did Dusty give us his number last night?
He had handed out business cards.
Okay. I would call them.
You'd call Dusty?
Yep.
So he'll pick up the phone.
Hey,
Hello?
this is Caleb from last night. We're back at the park exploring this King Brewery convention. We just found out about something pretty odd. And you just came to mind. I thought you might want to pull some information up on it or something, or tell your people, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, what's this odd thing?
Well, people are walking around like they're getting really angry. But we talked to this one dude, and he seemed calm, yet very angry and rageful at the same time. And it just seemed like two conflicting emotions. And I don't know how much stock to put in it, but my friend said, you know, he was part of a clan or group or something, and he called himself, and he was Ronin. Does that make any sense to you?
Traore will correct you, and he will say, no, that he had renounced his family, or that he had renounced his tribe.
Yeah, because Traore didn't say Ronin.
Oh,
I didn't say Ronin.
Then I would say he renounced his family or renounced his tribe.
Weird thing to say. Not sure, but okay.
Yeah, just thought I would, let you guys know what was going on, and if you wanted to come down and join the festivities tonight. Just a lot of weird shit's going on.
Afraid I can't tonight. I'm kind of, booked solid.
All right, yeah, and one more thing: don't drink the beer. I hear it tastes like horse piss.
Wasn't planning on it either way.
All right. Well, I think that's everything from my end. So thanks. Click.
Yep.
By the way, sorry, Chris, what time of day was it?
I figured it would now actually be about this time, considering we started it right as
I don't know what time it is there.
about 8 p.m. 2000.
Cool.
When the vamps come out.
You know what
And
that
Jasper
means.
I mean,
Jasper disappeared and Ash appeared.
if the vamps come out, the word's sunscreen.
Yeah, the sun's kind of still out right now, which is pissing me off because it fucked me up when I woke up. It was like, why is it still light out? And I checked my phone and it's like 7:30. I'm like, I do not understand.
Where I'm sitting, I can't see any. I don't have any windows, so I just
in
assumed.
Louisiana, it's like hella overcast and kind of bright still.
Here, at least, the sun's kind of started to go down and a lot of overcast. But vampires right now would be rolling their Fort Diff 3 to soak.
Oh.
Yeah.
Still means they're going to go. I climb out of the sewer. Ash.
So wait, hang on. Ash becomes Ash. There's a poetry in that.
I've been. Y'all don't know how long I've been waiting for somebody to make that freaking joke.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. I've actually already made it several times, just not in scenes with you.
Mm-hmm.
I've been waiting for somebody to do it to Ash's face. That's what I've been.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and by the way, I'm not sure if I'm my character. I was planning on editing it a little bit. I already was talking to Chris that maybe I could. I don't know if I'm going to keep the cat-like balance merit.
Okay. I'm sorry, you are still the cat-like child to me, and always will be.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
So,
dude, he's a Shota.
Hey, we're still in the scene. So, are we done with the scene?
Yeah, Jasper's just gonna look around, take a sip of his coffee, and say, "Look, is this all? I don't know why I'm here, but I want to go back to sleep. It's like my only day off this week, guys."
You get Saturdays off?
Do you know how much I had to fight to have this day off?
You wear a bow tie, you lose every argument.
Did somebody nearly die?
Jasper is not acknowledging Triori's presence at all.
Hooray!
I'll just look over and say, "No, it's just a lot of people do stupid stuff on the weekends. So it's best to have a skilled doctor on the weekends." And I was like, "Guys, look, I just need one Saturday so I can sleep." And then you ended up texting me, and it's just kind of like, oh my god.
At least I'm not dead, half dead again.
I'd almost prefer that, because then it would take me like 5 minutes and I could go back to my house.
Okay, well, just give me a minute. I'll go pick a fight with somebody if you want me to go be half dead.
Do it.
Sky walks over to Caleb and says, "Well, we did talk to that one guy, and that Traori guy was apparently scared of him."
Apparently somebody doesn't understand the concept of sarcasm.
Yes,
Prairie quirks and eyebrow.
don't get into a fight. I don't want to.
To answer your question, cat-like child, I wasn't afraid.
I don't know. You were backing off pretty fast.
Because fighting
now,
here...
Sky, let's not anger people, okay? Let's not start any fights that we don't have to. I was joking.
And
thus
I
it was.
dropped.
Yeah, pretty much it goes, let's not start any fights we don't have to. I was joking.
My point still stands. Are we done here?
I'll kind of give a short nod and say, yeah. Most of this crap they have out is complete garbage.
Yeah, not even the animals are coming out. Which is totally boring.
Perfect.
So this point, you notice a very woman with flaming red hair who's very pretty moving through the crowd. She's chattering. I mean, she's just, anybody who comes in here, she's talking with them and everything. People are kind of avoiding her.
Sky will like see that person try to talk to people. He'll approach her. Hello.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I'm sorry.
Hacks! So much hacks!
Chris, I chat.
Sky will say, oh, not from around here, are you? Well, my name is Sky Olmsted.
Oh, it's nice to meet you, Sky. How are you doing?
Oh, for fucking...
Go ahead and ask for the general aura of Fiona.
Shiva?
Yeah, Shiva.
Her aura is bright like a werebeast and is full of she's pretty happy. So
Full
she's
of
in
what?
a cheerful mood.
Full of what?
She's very happy.
Okay. Why is it happening on here?
You know what? Hearing the accent, because I know what accent you're trying to do, Triori will walk up to her and will offer a slight head bow, and he's going to say hello in Irish or in Gaelic.
She'll look at him and say, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I never learned Gaelic when I was place, so I do apologize."
No, it's quite all right. Hang on, I just have to check something. Give me a moment. La 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 la.
And to answer your question, Sky, I'm from around here. I just spent quite a long time with some relatives over in Ireland, so I picked up the accent.
Oh. Well, I'm sure that was fun, he says. He has a really big smile on his face.
Oh, you can say that. Yeah, you can say that. Cheats, because I better not roll Austin's stuff for her.
Okay. Should I just make that perception kenning to see? Because yeah, apparently, werebeasts appear as their. When you look at a werebeast in the dreaming, it appears as if it is the beast that it is, isn't it? Doesn't it?
No, that was a house roll.
That was a house rule?
Yes.
Yeah.
Chris, I chat.
Oh.
Well, I guess the real question is, does your guru have enough rage to even frenzy?
Let me see. I don't think she does.
What?
Or so, no. Well, no, she. Yeah, because it's 5
It's
successes you need to.
Yeah, it's 5.
Four.
So 5
Yeah,
successes.
5.
So do you have rune levels of rage?
No Galliard levels.
Okay, so you don't even have enough rage to frenzy. So really wouldn't have that underbridling rage.
Well, it'd still be noticeable. It just wouldn't. She
Yeah.
couldn't frenzy.
Yeah, so
Low humans wouldn't be around.
yeah, so
Low power.
there would be some of that anger bridling in her aura,
In that
Okay.
case, putting
but not much.
putting 2 and 2 together, because we just encountered a werewolf. People have been talking to another one. Then all of a sudden, random Irish McGee number 4 shows up. He's just going to quirk an eyebrow and say, "Sienna."
She raises an eyebrow and says, "Oh, well, I suppose you'd be right there now, wouldn't you, lad?"
I'll kind of just walk up and offer my hand and say, "Hi, I'm Caleb."
Oh, hi, Caleb. People around here are really quite friendly, aren't they? She says, looking just, you know, you have all these other people that will just kind of avoid you when you come up and talk to, but then you have whole groups of people at once that'll come up and talk to you. It's great, really.
I'll kind of just nod and say, well, yes, you're right. But then again, this is also the this is part of the Deep South, or it was. I'm not quite sure. And people down here tend to be a little bit more hospitable.
Well, I suppose you could say that. Yes.
Yeah. You'll kind of just see him ponder something, like he's wanting to ask you something, but he's not quite sure how to phrase it. How do you say your name? Sibohan? I do not speak Gaelic.
Shivan.
Siobhan? Okay. Siobhan. Oh, I get it now. I go derp.
I hate Tim so much.
So,
You will meet my
Oh my
fiery.
god.
Sorry, what's going on? I heard my name.
I totally get the name too now.
What? I don't get.
No. Kim. I said I hate Tim so much, not Kim.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention, and then sounds the same.
Okay, your last name, my Fiona, it just sounds like my Fiona.
And it's actually the royal lineage. Current
Really?
royal lineage, yes.
so
That's,
I'll just say,
that's awesome.
I don't know if you're familiar with palm reading and stuff like that, but I've been able to see auras for quite a while now, and your aura is pretty peculiar.
Well, I mean, that's a little. I don't know. Do you say that to all the ladies and you walk up to him and say hello? She winks at him.
Very casually. Very kind of. He exhales and he steeples his thumb and his forefinger to the bridge of his nose, and he says, "Do you recall earlier when you asked me what it is that a certain people's aura would look like?"
I'll kind of just nod. Of course, my character's blushing as he's turning away from Saban.
Sky, like, you see him, like, walk up to Caleb and be like, then I'll look at Sapan and be like,
Simone.
he's taken. He says with a smile, looking at Caleb.
If I may,
Yes.
Caleb, you're currently looking at an individual who possesses the aura you were contemplating.
Oh, well, that's interesting. At which point I'll turn back to her, still kind of blushing, and say, "No, I did not mean any offense."
By the way, Sky's
Alright.
latched onto your arm. Are you gonna, like, kind of try to push him off?
Shouldn't I?
Jasper's just gonna
sure.
kind of slowly look over at the two, arch an eyebrow, then grumble something about pedophilia under his breath.
He'll, like, look at
Siobhan is-
you and be like, because he probably heard you say that. He'll be like, I'm of age. I'm of age.
Hey, let.
Well, you
let-
certainly
like a
don't look like it, honey. So now can we focus? So, and she looks to Traori. You know what I am, then. May I have the same courtesy?
I beg. Sorry, what was it you said?
She said, "I know you know what I am. Could I have the same courtesy?" And she flashed a big, bright smile.
Courtesy.
He will casually nod and he will say, "Yes. On long nights, your kind and mine would eat and drink together, but that was very long ago."
She nods. All right. out to enjoy the beer festival, I suppose.
Yeah. I wouldn't suggest drinking it. Everybody seems to be pretty on edge. And I hear it tastes like horse piss. But
You've said
but back on point, you're one of the few people that I've noticed that actually have anger under the surface, and yet your apparent emotions are completely different than rage.
Well, if anger's under there, do you think it's wise to point it out? And she winks at him.
I'll again blush and say, did you have a point? I, again, meant no disrespect, ma'am. I was just curious, is all.
What is this character's appearance, Joey?
3.
Okay.
So she's above average, but not like, oh my god, Jesus, she's pretty.
Okay.
So not appearance 8?
Sorry. Triori will sigh. And
She's
basically
appearance 3 like Sky.
Haha, I am
Guys,
the
can we let
prettiest.
Evan finish?
He will casually let out a sigh, and he will say, "Very well then. Being realistic with you, however, I need to ask a service of you.
What service would that be?
Is Justin still in any visual spectrum?"
Roll percolate. So,
Holy crap, that's 7 successes.
so you will definitely notice him in the crowd. He actually appears to be standing at one of the King Brewery stands and is, currently drinking some beer from there.
You mean Budweiser, right?
Yeah, King Brewery. That's what I said.
Triori will denote him to the Fianna and say, "This individual is like you, but he renounced his family, his tribe, and something about him seems alien, seems wrong."
At which point I'll pipe up and say, yeah, also, his aura isn't as bright as yours.
Oh wait, actually, I just realized, Evan, earlier I fucked up. She does speak Gaelic.
Aha! By the way, in that case, you will know, because you're the only person who will know this. Triori is an actual. Triori isn't a name; it's a title. It means magician.
Okay. Interesting. She'll look over to him and say, "Hi, do you know anything about, is he doing anything to harm the humans or possibly do anything that might need to get me and my people involved?"
In a manner of speaking, yes. His presence is corrupting the people in the sense that they're becoming angrier and it's rippling in the realm of reality that we can see, the dreaming. And I do not know how long it will be before it boils over.
She nods. You and your people are renowned for their ways with both words and more illusionary magics. If we can get him somewhere a bit more private, I might be able to take care of him.
Very well then.
However, might still need your people's assistance. I don't know. I have no idea if he's a warrior or not, and if he is, then maybe outmatched.
Chris, okay. I got 6 successes.
So there's still that, general woogly sense, but nothing that you can pinpoint. The problem with stuff happening on other planes of existence, you can't pinpoint it.
Are there still a lot of nightmares being created?
Yeah, and yeah, there's still a lot of nightmares being created, a lot of nervosa, and they're literally coming from like different people in the crowds.
Okay.
Does it look like it's about to boil over, Chris?
As far as people's anger and frustration, no, not
Yes.
really. Just like, doesn't really seem like it's boiling over, like a fight's going to start out or anything, but some of them are getting frustrated, but it doesn't look like any of them are boiling over.
I'll kind of turn back to Savan and say, I do suggest if you do have a remedy for this issue, it be post-haste. People seem to be on edge.
The only remedy I have involves us getting him somewhere a bit more private and me killing him, but that's about the best remedy I can offer. And even then, it might not be the proper remedy.
That's what I'm suspecting as well. It might not be him. He might just be somebody stirring the pot, but not setting the fire, if you know what I mean.
She nods. And she's going to just kind of look at him. I mean, has he caught her scent yet? Because she's got purebred 5.
Nope, he's not caught your scent yet.
Okay. She's kind of watching him from a distance now.
So, obvious, he looks to be in his early 20s. Kind of got his picture still up. Parents 3, no pure breed. He's got the Sanctity Merit, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, you are. Okay. And, when he does move and, kind of weave through the crowd, he is very good at weaving between people.
Mm-hmm.
Joey, because you're better at this than I am. What is the actual mechanic for unleashing?
Okay, so you spend 2 glamour. You add a nightmare dice to your total. You roll glamour plus nightmare, difficulty 7, and then you compare the amount of successes you score to your rating in the art. If it stays under your rating, then you keep the unleashing under control. And when you unleash, you just give a straight up, this is what I wanted to do. You just say, it's just a general statement, and then the ST takes over with what the unleashing actually does.
Okay. So when it says stays under your total, what is your total?
Your total is like you roll. If you say you have a 3 and you roll like 2 successes, this stays under control. But if you roll more than 3, it goes out of control. It's however
Okay,
many.
so you have to roll under your art in terms of successes.
Pretty much, you want to roll under or at your art. You don't want to roll over your art rating.
Okay. And if it goes wrong, what happens?
Then it goes out of control. It usually still achieves the intended effect, but adds a twist on it or affects more than you wanted it to. And when you do this, you automatically invoke the weird.
Oh, so I actually would have to take on my Fey meme to do it.
Well, no. It's once you unleash, the weird is automatically invoked as part of the unleashing. Because it's trained by Rome and they're automatically weird as well.
Okay, cool. Because what I'm thinking is, if we want to get people out of here quickly, I could unleash Autumn in order to basically turn all the food and beer rancid.
The problem is that would still reveal your Fey meme to everyone. And if there's anyone low banality here, that could still get out. I mean, we could just have someone start a fire. That would attract fire department.
Do you want to start a fire? Come on, let's burn it down. Honestly, that building's so blasé. Get it out the way. Come on, let's burn it down. Sorry. Let me think. How do we evacuate the public?
What arts do you have?
Contracts, naming, and auto.
All at one, I presume.
Yes. Oh my god. I know exactly how we can get it closed down. Priori very calmly takes out his phone. Beep, beep, beep. 911. Presses it to his ear. I'm going to walk away from the group while I do this. Hey, Chris.
Yep.
I'm going to hell for this.
Yep.
He's reporting...
Take a nightmare dice. No, I'm just playing.
No. He's reporting that a grown man is clearly being inappropriate with a child at the beer festival.
Oh dear.
No. They'd believe it too.
And this way it saves me money.
And that's one of the PC.
I'm sorry, Caleb.
And
I mean,
so part of the standard practice is also to then ask your name and where you're located.
I'll happily give. I'll give them my human name, which is Alexander Trenville.
By the way, we
And
can't
I'll-
hear this. He went off to the side.
I did.
So
Safety
Then-
of the city versus two guys who just have to spend the night in jail while it's all sorted out. Safety of the city. Two people going to prison for the night. I'm happy with my life choices.
And I'm just basically all I'm getting is a long lecture from my brother.
So they'll ask, where you're located.
I'll inform them.
Okay. Then they'll say,
Mate, did you specify it was a man, by the way?
Yep. He'll have described them both and informed them where they're standing, that there's been a lot of inappropriate touching and a lot of inappropriate hand-holding, etc., and it just looks like he's being groomed.
I mean, like,
I admit I'm going to hell! I admit it!
My character has linked arms with yours. That's basically.
And is proclaiming to be their girl, and is proclaiming that they are boyfriend and boyfriend. Just saying, I'm going to hell, but at least the road to hell is paved in good intentions.
And dead bodies. Don't forget the dead bodies.
That's
I'm
also
Okay.
sorry, Charles. I'm sorry.
so you'll be informed that a police officer will be there shortly, and that there should be officers on site, should be available to get to you quickly.
So Siobhan looks, she was standing close enough to hear that because she followed Traori, and then she looks over at the two, nods, says, "My dears, if you are going to cause a distraction, I suggest that you head a bit through the event, get away from where we need to get him." As she kind of gestures with her head towards Justin. And then she looks around the crowd and spots Lita to bring Lindsay into the scene. Are you there?
Yes, I am here, and yeah, for the sake of, we'll just say that they already know each other. But Lita is fairly new. She hasn't been around very
Damn it,
long.
another purebred 5. God damn it.
All the
Okay,
purebred.
so wait. Before we get too far ahead of ourselves, you kind of broke up there. What did you say?
Me?
No, him.
Oh, me?
The wolf.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. She said to Sky and Caleb that if they're going to be the distraction, they might need to move through the crowd and get away from the group that needs to do the takedown.
Okay.
Siobhan will head over to Lita and just wrap her arm like through Lita's arm, like they're, you know, just casual friends going through the fair, you know, going through the event. Breath. We think we got a Ronin who's spreading corruption of some sort. Don't know what auspices or anything like that, but we have a distraction set up. We're gonna try and isolate him, see what we can do from there.
She'll just give a nod. Okay.
I apologize for what they'll do to you in prison tonight. I apologize.
And then she says, and we have one of the fair folk helping us, as she indicates Traori.
She'll give another nod, though she looks slightly skeptical.
Traori,
But
Traori, for his part, will give a very polite bow and say, "It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sir Traori Apollunin."
So Chris, I kind of just lock. We already have our arms locked, so I kind of just tighten the grip a little bit, but not uncomfortably, and I start going towards the most densely packed grouping in the crowd.
Yeah, that's where we're going.
Yep.
And I'm basically going, oh my love.
Can I point out, you know what would totally seal the deal and is not illegal in the slightest, but we get.
You cut out.
Rip.
And there he goes.
I think he
Go.
dropped.
You cut out.
Dropped it.
I
What
fucking
were you
love my
saying?
right when I'm about to suggest something that will make me go to hell.
see, it's
you want
snowman.
no, but what will really make them scramble? Go to the center of the crowd, start making out.
Yep.
This guy's like, yes, let's.
Yes.
You know, it would make it so much better, Chris, if Cody was here.
I mean, really, if we wanted to get bigger crowd attention, then if Lita and Siobhan would just have to make out, but they're the ones that need to be undercover.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Chris,
they
I'll
shouldn't be
go-
drawing attention to themselves like that. Although Lita is entertaining the idea, she's a black fairy, you know, so it doesn't bother her. And I mean, you know, another pure breed 5 Garus standing right next to her. Why not?
Right.
Okay. So, Charles, high-low.
Oh dear.
Hi. Because I want to be high right now.
I instigated all of this.
Oh no.
Okay.
So we go into the densely populated area.
Yep. So, you'll go to the densely populated area, and I assume you'll start making out.
Yes.
Yep.
It's like Christmas. It's like the perfect storm of Christmas.
So,
And just to add a little insult to injury, my hand kind of goes to his waist and down to his ass, cupping it. and
Oh
pulling him
no.
up.
Oh no.
so about this point is when everyone off to the side will notice the 2 cops that are coming from, to the crowd. Because they're definitely going to see this. And, well, they're going to move to arrest the 2.
Sky will be like, no, you're not taking him, and start pulling him along.
Oh
Trying to run.
dear.
Have they gotten there yet?
Hang
I
on.
think
Traori from where he's sitting, he's going to affect a funny voice, in which case he's going to shout out, "Bigots! Fascists!"
Oh,
So
dear.
let's run it. Let's start doing our running.
Chris, are they there yet?
Yeah. They're hitting the crowd. Yeah, they're having to fight through the crowd to get to you.
Would I
The
necessarily?
crowd's now probably paying attention to y'all.
It means big ol' spectacle.
Yeah. So what do you want to do, Charles?
I'll wait for them until they're like close, so that we can clearly see them. But in the meantime, I'll just start kissing down his neck and moving another hand up his shirt, exposing his stomach.
Oh.
Kyle, let him.
Okay. Yeah, and this is such a red state, it's not even funny.
It's like Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
Fascist,
this
white
state is so red
supremacist.
that every county got majority vote for Trump.
Yeah.
Once again, fascist, right-wing, red-ass Christmas.
Just tell me, Chris, whenever they break the crowd and are like within 5 to 10 feet.
At this point,
Are you gonna attack the cops?
At this point, they would be, basically breaking through the crowd. So, 10, 15 feet away.
Okay, what do you want us to roll to run? It's Dex Athletics, right?
Let me pull up the pursuit rolls.
Oh dear. And while this is going on, Siobhan is just kind of, she's pointed Justin out to Lita, and she's, okay, I'll bring that on this back. She's pointed Justin out to Lita and kind of identified him. So been kind of like in hurried whispers with Traori, kind of planning out how they're gonna do this. Like the whisper, like hurried whisper between the three of them, how they're gonna do this thing. Essentially, her idea, unless one of them suggests something else, is
Dex Athletics versus Dex Athletics.
Okay. And her idea is basically they're going to try and lure him somewhere. Have either Traori or Siobhan try and talk with him. And then, because she doesn't know, Traori already tried that. And then if that goes south, then her and Lita can take him while Traori basically runs support.
Yeah, Lita will agree to that.
I
Doesn't
run
really have much of a better idea. So.
Yep, this seems like Traori will agree to this plan. Plan seems good.
Okay. Hashtag gotta do all that leadership stuff.
Un.
You guys get athletics rolls to run away.
I choose to point out now, for the purposes of posterity, reading Lindsay's post. Lindsay, you are now my spirit animal. Continue.
For some reason, it's not reading. Like, it won't let me click. Hold on.
I'm just imagining while this shit is going down, Jasper's
Okay.
just sitting there with this look on his face of, I can't even with these guys right now.
Pretty much. Can't fight. They're just kind of sitting there, just like waiting for someone to crawl bloody over towards them so you could just lean down, touch them, and be like, okay, go back and fight. You have my blessing.
We have the blessing of the bow tie. We are immortal!
Okay, still waiting on
One success.
Steven. I know, I'm still waiting on Steven.
No.
What's the diff?
Oh, wait.
Standard.
Okay, well, since I'm short.
Oh, god damn it.
I think it adds +2.
He's gone. Sorry, Chris. I
Praise
thought
be
he
the
rolled.
blessing of the bow tie. Pee Wee Herman is with us. We are immortal.
Why are you guys so mean to the bow tie?
You can blame Tim. He started it.
So, I thought this, scene was gonna just be a nice little social. I was just like, boy, you gonna learn.
Yep, I know, right?
Poor Chris was like, I didn't have ST, and now I got an ST.
I know, right?
Okay, like, I mean, I don't see why STs even do that, because, like, let's be honest, if you're gonna, like, introduce a bad guy, you should just be prepared for your
Well,
players to go and kill it, because it happens every time.
Well, I
No,
mean,
It's
come on,
for
hang
him
on.
to just pop up for a little bit, and then all the players are like, fuck that, bro.
I would like to
Well,
point
thing
out
is-
for Joey and Kim, how many times have we been in Brett's suicide socials?
True. Although,
They're
to be
amazing.
fair,
They
this
are amazing.
just started as a social at Starbucks, and then we kind of were just like, okay, we're going to the beer festival now.
Okay,
And it's
I'm back.
Shit, now we're getting open plot.
Okay. So far, every one of the runners, all 4 runners, have gotten 1 success. And because of the about 15 feet, that is 5 yards. So y'all 2 start with 2 extra successes, and it requires them to get more successes than y'all eventually, or for them to botch.
So roll again.
Yeah. Eh.
Good God, Chris.
3 successes.
Loading. Oh. Okay, so let's roll again. Basically, we're trying to see how the thing of the chase will go.
Poorly.
Oh, you may have rolled 0 successes, but your pursuer botched.
So face flat.
Pretty much.
3, oh no, I have a spec, so that would be 4.
He botched. You're good.
Well,
Oh, he-
one of the police officers botched. And, okay, so there's still 1 pursuer left. So let's roll again. There's only
I
one
rolled
police
again
officer.
for this round, I think.
Yeah, roll a 3rd time.
Okay. Five. Oh, 7.
Yeah, so you easily get away, but Caleb still hasn't managed to lose him yet. He took off running faster than Caleb. So
Hey, Chris.
roll again, please, Charles. Okay, the police officer botched. So you will be losing the police officers, but you will eventually lose the police officers. Okay, but in the meantime, back to the other part of the scene.
Triori will smile to himself. He has brought forward LGBT rights by approximately putting them back 20 years.
God damn it.
Evan out of character feels bad for this. Anyway. But has the crowd been thinned by the police officers running through them?
Yeah, the crowd's been thinned, and I actually kind of know most drunk people's response to police officers and a chase. Rubbernecking.
GTM. Okay, so in that case, if we've got a clear path open to this Justin fellow, Triori
Well-
kind of nods.
Justin, on the other hand, will see basically the police officers, and he would take off the other direction.
Cool. So
he's
we are
running
now
out of the event.
we are now chasing him.
Yeah.
Joe is following Chris.
Super loud. So.
Okay.
We is best distraction.
Okay, I
Wow.
crashed out. What did I miss?
So your two runners will be capable of escaping the police eventually. And basically, when the police had showed up, Justin had started running in the opposite direction of the police. Which means he's leaving the event, and so y'all are capable of following after him.
Yeah, we're doing
Definitely following.
Yeah. Which, as far as that goes, he's not trying to escape pursuit. He's more running to get away from the police. So he's... If y'all are basically running after him, y'all are going to catch up because he's not going to keep running once he gets, past line of sight of the
Hooray!
fair.
So, yeah.
Excellent.
Now, where are we once he's out of sight of the fair? Are we still in the park, like in a more abandoned part of the park?
Yeah, you'd be in in the park, and definitely one of the more abandoned parts because there's a freaking fair with alcohol.
Okay. I'm just going to do a quick check for cameras before anything goes down.
Okay, roll your perk alert.
Perk alert, let me check that. We check that for...
I will also do the sweet perk alert.
Please, because I only have 3 dice.
That is 2 successes on perk alert. I see some of the thing.
That is 2 successes.
Okay. Is Lita gonna roll perk alert? And is Jasper following them?
Yeah, Jasper following them, and I got 4 successes.
Okay.
Do you need someone to piggyback you, Jasper? You and your little boat.
Jasper can walk. Fuck you.
If you insist, but I'm tired. It won't be my A game again.
You always say that.
That's because it always
Get
works.
something new.
Okay. So, this part of the park, there you don't see any cameras, even with 4 successes. So.
Okay. Shivan's just in the car. Oh, hey, can you stop for a minute? Just want to talk to you.
Yeah, and I guess that Justin will around.
If anyone here has the power, send the worm. For the love of God, now is the time.
No, I don't. You know,
I have
I'm
heightened
an artist here.
We're good at this. We planned ahead.
Well, it's an in-tribe gift for me, but I decided heightened senses to go with first over sense worm. So.
Wait. Since worm, I heard that nice trigger word.
No one took
doesn't
it.
have it.
Yeah, no Garo have it. No Garo in this scene have it.
Yep.
So ripped.
You just gotta
Siobhan-
guess on the heresy.
Kinda. Siobhan's just gonna approach and say, hi, how are you doing?
Fine.
No, missed you back there at the festival. You seemed, I don't know, like, you seemed a little worried. Are you okay?
I'm perfectly fine.
And she'll kind of look over to Traori as she's, like, approaching. And just go, well, my friends seem to be a little worried about you. So,
Weird fact.
let's-
Traori- Sorry, just a quick point if people are looking at him. He's physically hopping up and down on one leg.
oh dear.
Continue.
Bad luck, though. And then she just goes, so, I'm a nice person, She has her hand on her chest. and not like on her chest, like actually like on her chest, like over her heart. And I just wanted to make sure you were okay, lads. You know, I'm a very, very worrying person.
I'm fine.
And at this point, like there are two pure breed 5 guru right in front of him.
Yes.
So I'm a empathy. Do I have empathy on this character?
You're a Galliard. You better have empathy.
I'm gonna try empathy, you know, to see if he's reacting. See if he's, you know, kind of changing how he's acting with us approaching.
Read his body language.
Yep.
Yeah. He
Exactly
got
that.
2 on his manipulation subterfuge.
God damn it.
So you're not really sure.
Oh shit, we're rolling that. Give me a sec. That's one.
I'll go ahead and roll it too, even though I've got a shit dice pool for that.
Fine, senses.
Hi, I have 6 successes. How do you feel?
Oh dear.
Damn.
So right now, how does he feel? Cornered, but not afraid.
Amusing.
Well, that should be just some fucking like rank 7 abomination or some shit like that.
Triori quirks an eyebrow and he says, "You know no fear, and yet you know your back is to a wall. How very interesting." As he's hopping up and down on one leg.
Why would I show fear?
Why do you feel cornered?
Well, y'all following after me, multiple werewolves chasing me. That would make anyone feel cornered.
Well, we're just safety, you know.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
She just said, well, we're just concerned for your safety, you know.
Well, I'm perfectly safe.
I wonder, could you tell me something?
What?
What were you doing to the people back there?
Nothing. Enjoying alcohol.
Let's do some sweet, sweet perk empathy. That perk empathy.
2 sucks. God damn it, I need more dice in this pool. I just keep getting 2s.
Those ones, though. Motherfucker.
Lita gonna roll perk imp?
I should put a question in the side chat.
That is a good point.
Yeah. I guess you could roll Primal Urge. Let me look up the difficulty.
Okay, well I got 3 successes on perception empathy, so but if I could roll primal urge, I'll roll that too.
So perception empathy, he's not lying.
Just came here to drink beer? Okay.
Well, the question was, you know, especially wasn't lying about the what were you doing to those people. The answer was nothing.
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess your primal urge would be like 9.
Ooh, all right.
Use that sweet power so we don't all die.
I'm gonna activate heightened senses so I can have div 8, because I'm still in Hamid. I only get a -1 in Hamid, but it still helps.
Yeah.
Or is it a minus? Is it a -2 in Hamid? Okay. Oh, it's -2. I just don't get the extra primal urge unless I'm in Lupus, Hispo, or Kranos. Okay.
Yeah.
So -2, so div 7. Four. 3 successes.
So, as far as the pretty subtle, he's actually, well, how to put it lightly? Well, other than he's obviously not breathing hard after even running, because he made it look effortless.
Yeah, which means he's got some stamina.
And with that many successes, you would also realize that he's got serious Arun levels of rage. Like, even Galliard don't get up this high.
So he's on the same rage as me. Okay.
How much rage do you have?
I'm in Arun. I have 5.
He's got more.
Oh, he's got more than me. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
She's gonna whisper to character's name. Siobhan.
Siobhan. Yes.
He's got more rage than me. I'm in Arun.
She'll just nod.
I don't not sure if we should engage.
And just kind
But
of.
we can't let him leave.
Actually, I think with the 3, because it really is a subtle clue, he also doesn't seem to be moving like someone in their breed form.
Oh, okay. And he's not Hamid.
For those of us who don't play werewolf very often, what does that mean? Context.
Means that so the most common breed of werewolf is Hamid, and those of us that are in our Hamid forms, in our breed forms, can't soak silver, and we can't regenerate as easily. We can't regenerate more than bashing and lethal.
Actually, in breed form, you don't even have your regeneration.
Oh, right, yeah, you don't regenerate in breed form. Except for Metis. Metis regenerate in all forms, but they can't soak silver. So someone who is in Hamid and that's not their breed form is more dangerous to those of us that are Hamid.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Because we are in our breed forms because we're in public. So yeah. So that's kind of a big deal. Okay, Joey, just type your response in the chat.
Honestly, since
Lita's
it's
yeah. No, I plan to buy it my first XP spend, I promise. But Lita is very sure that this person is dangerous. She's not sure. She doesn't know if they're worm tainted, obviously, but she knows that she probably shouldn't let him go free, engage in a fight or not. She needs to try and convince him to go with them, and take them back to Sept. Yeah. She'll give a nod to Siobhan about the reinforcements. She'll say, What if we let him go? How would we find him again?
For the record, still hopping up and down on one leg.
Fantastic.
If combat comes off, I'm getting all that Wayfarer bunk I can get my hands on, because fuck me, no.
Are we pretty far away from the festival? Like,
Yeah, you're outside of line sight of it.
are
There's
there
not
other people
people
around?
No.
Then
It's after nightfall, and you're away from where the festival is, which
She's
means the
very
only
sure
people
that
here are for alcohol.
she's very sure that he is Garu, right? Yeah. So, she's gonna say to him, breed, auspice, tribe, rank.
None of your business is what that is? As far as y'all care, it doesn't matter.
But it does matter, and why aren't you telling me if you don't have anything to hide? I'm Lita Gabris, Black Fury, Hamid, Arun, Cleath.
I make mental notes as to these words for later conversation.
Fine. If you really want to know, then just it. Metis, Eclipseborn, and Ronin.
All right. Why did you choose to roam alone?
Because no one trusts someone born during the day that can shift. As the full moon wanders across the sun.
I think you fell in with the wrong people. Honestly. You don't have any affiliations with the Dark Ones, do you? Referring to Black Spiral Dancers.
Never dance the spiral, if that's talking. I don't really...
Oh, that sweet, sweet perk empathy roll. Come to Papa.
Oh, you're doing perk empathy about whether he danced the spiral?
Yeah. Let's see that sweet, sweet perk empathy.
Oh, why not? I'll go ahead and do it as well.
Before he rolls that, I'm just going to roll a quick arts check because reasons.
That I have heightened senses on, so I have a lower diff.
As they're doing that, she'll just say,
"Ooh,
we don't have to have a fight if there's
You
no reason
added
for
in an extra 4 that you didn't need. So you rolled a D104.
Rip. But she'll just go, if you come back to the Sept with us and just talk, see nothing bad's gonna happen to you.
Yeah, I got 4 successes.
Okay. So he's not lying about never dance the spiral.
Okay,
and
cool.
what art was Tree doing?
He was just doing naming on himself to give himself a larger dice pool for detecting the lie, because that's what naming rank 1 does. But I didn't succeed on the then check to suss him out, so yeah, I didn't succeed, even with the extra dice.
And he's making his awareness roll.
Oh, shit.
Okay. He actually took awareness. Like a smart cookie. There's a reason why he's rolling a higher diff. Don't worry. Okay.
Filthy menace. All that
And
whatever.
no, he actually said as the moon crossed over the sun.
So, did he respond to what Siobhan said?
What does Siobhan say?
She said, if you come back to the Sept with us, we'll make sure you don't get hurt and you get a chance to say what you need to say.
I'm not going back to the Sept.
Anything that we can perhaps intercede with?
Your nation has already burned the bridge.
And there's no way to fix it.
Right.
Still hopping up and down on one leg.
Lita will wave her hand to stop him from doing that. Like, you don't need to do that anymore. It's fine.
He will stop. And he was just like, damn, I was only 4 short. Damn, I was only 4 short of 1,000. Oh well.
Lita feels bad, but she's not gonna, she's without having sense worms, she can't confirm that he's not worm tainted, but for her perception stuff, he doesn't seem to be a threat, so she's just gonna tell him, if you change your mind, you know where we are. A lot of us there are new, so
I dropped out at her perception stuff.
with her perception stuff, she could tell that he's probably not much of a threat. Without sense worm, she can't really confirm that, but so she's not going to make him do something he doesn't want to do because you really don't want to provoke rage. So what she's going to say to him is, well, if you change your mind, you can come by the Sept, and a lot of us there are new, so you might be pleasantly surprised.
And I doubt I'm going to change my mind.
Fair enough. The Sept location, anyway.
Making mental note of Sept location.
You will die if you come in there and start any shit, I promise.
That was an out of that was my internal monologue, madam.
I know, that was an out of character as well to you, saying you will die. No. So she will say to Siobhan, he's not a threat. Not necessarily. He wouldn't necessarily already know, especially if he's not looking for it. But anyway, she'll say to Siobhan that to be a threat, and I certainly don't want to force him to do anything against his will because we don't need to deal with that. So let's just leave him be, and if he needs help, he knows where to find us.
She nods and then says, just for future references, if you're not acting suspicious, just tell people that you're not doing anything suspicious. Honesty gets you a long way,
Before he can say anything to that, she just kind of says, when you don't trust anybody, you don't trust anybody. I can understand where he's coming from. So, just... So, yeah, sorry to take up your time, Justin. Have a good day. And she'll kind of like off back towards the festival.
Wheezing. So wait, hang on. I had somebody probably locked in jail for this. Oy.
Probably.
Oh, well.
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey, it was fun
Would you
anyway,
rather we
right?
just shanked him?
If it helps.
I mean, the Rude really wanted a chance to hit him, but you know, he did. He's just she did well on her perception roll, so she's just like, we got to pick our battles. This is not one of them. Let's go.
If it helps, Caleb, you get to enjoy what they'll do to you in the showers this evening.
Oh dear.
By the way, because Triori is totally that kind of guy, if asked if he could identify the parties involved, he will totally have given their names. Because he can.
Yep.
Oh, I love my life. My life is pretty good.
So this time
Hashtag
Siobhan is just going to loop her arm through Lita's again and then just head back to the festival.
Triori will turn on his heel and follow along. He doesn't seem to mind one way or the other. He's pretty happy that he didn't have to, use violence, and pretty stoked that he almost got to 1,000 jumps on one leg.
I mean, can you imagine that? A fucking things without violence? Holy shit!
Especially with an Arun and a Galliard as the werewolves in the scene.
I know.
Not a single sense worm between them.
I mean, it's not a Galliard or an Arun gift.
But it is a Black Fury gift, and I will take it later. I promise.
Yeah, she's heading back at this point, I presume, with the rest of the group. And geez, after that, I probably need to drink, but not from this shite place.
You want to go somewhere else?
If you would rather, ladies, I do own a small tavern called the Hollow Oak. You're more than welcome to come.
Lita looks at Siobhan, kind of nods.
Okie dokie. I'm not sure because the party's now been so hopelessly dispersed. I'm not sure if we want to continue or do something else or start another scene or what people want to do.
By the way, Sky literally took Chris to his house because he had the limo come all the way back to where they were at because they ran to like a different side, and yeah, he's went all the way to his house.
Hey, Chris, he took you to his house. How do you feel about that?
Oh my. Oh,
But
you mean
yeah,
that you took Caleb?
yeah, we should end this scene and start another one at the Hollow Oak. That way, the people whose PCs are kind of dispersed can bring in another one so they can still participate.
Sounds good to me. And it's after nightfall, so.
All right. So
I will point out that the Hollow Oak is the Changeling Bar, so please bring in essences of pure banality.
So thank you, players, for playing.
I will make you sad and roll initiative again. I'll do it.
Okay.
Got it. So thank you, players, for playing, and I'm very sad at the long list of tags I have to do. Thank you, watchers, for watching, and stay tuned for